community, not even in my community, so revenge. So when they went on that rampage of revenge, it becomes a communal that because we did not plan it that way. Up till now, I'm still begging my boys because they shot down an innocent person yesterday, and I say we are not ready for this. Was purely cause the tell activity. Did not plan anything against that because we are too close. This is two neighboring communities opposite each other. Like nothing will make us fight. I also call them that they should control their boys. My boys are under control in my community. Nothing we have, but they just came in yesterday and shot down the innocent people. To the police earlier before now. I was with all the security agencies in my area. They know what is ongoing and they are all around here.
The members of the Community Development Committee in Rivers State have intervened in a controversy rocking the constitutional duties of Obano Community CDC in Ozuzu Clan in Eche local government area of Rivers State. The coordinator of the forum in the state, John Chidebere Onwubualili, who spoke during a reconciliation warned against unlawful interference on the constitutional duties of Obano CDCs and traditional rulers by any individual. Onwubualili, while charging the CDC chairman and his members in Obano community in Ozuzu to always discharge their responsibilities in line with the law, said community leaders are the representatives of the government with authority to act.
Community leaders are the representative of the government, and delegation has much to do with authority. I therefore charge you, the CDC chairman and members in Obono community in Ozuzu town, to always discharge your duties under the ambit of the law. Remember that you are holding the position of trust, which requires total accountability at every reasonable time. CDCs must collaborate with the traditional rulers. Mostly at this time, the world is facing the issue of coronavirus. You must ensure that your community obey the order given by the state and local government, respectively.
Our correspondent Uchendu Ejowo reports that Elder Francis Amadi spoke on behalf of the elders and entire Bono people and commended the CDC for its developmental programs and assured of the readiness to adhere to all the advice given to them by the Forum of CDCs in the state. Over 200 persons have been arraigned before a magistrate court sitting in Port Harcourt of a violation of the directive of the state government on 24-hour restriction of movement in some parts of the state. The suspects who were arrested by police in different parts of the affected areas were arraigned on a 3-count charge of conspiracy, disobedience to governor's directive, and street trading, which is said to have caused the breach of public. 3 magistrates who presided over the cases, including Senior Rita Ogugo, Chief Magistrate Didi Uwa Dwenyi, and Senior Magistrate V.E. Nweke, in their various courtrooms, granted bail to all the suspects. Our correspondent, Uchendu Ejowo, reports that those who pleaded guilty were granted bail to the tune of 10,000 naira fine, while those who pleaded not guilty were granted bail for the sum of 100,000 naira, with 2 sureties whose addresses must be verified by the prosecutors. The magistrates subsequently adjourned till the 6th of April for definite hearing. Speaking to newsmen, one of the defense counsels, Izita Orokwa, said despite the suffering of the suspect, the court should be commended for the way the case was handled.
The judicial procedure is quite welcoming. Some of the magistrates said, I will not mention names, said the lawyers should come and take their defendants. Some of the defendants pleaded guilty, and the court graciously and following what is on ground admitted their guilt and also gave them a fine, 10,000 naira. And immediately you pay the fine, then you are free to go. The of the court is discharged when the court grants bail. These are other procedures that follow. They called for summary trials, but the police is not also ready for the summary trial. So the court fixed definitely for definite hearing.
Some family members of those arrested narrated their ordeals, especially in paying of the fine before securing bail for their loved ones.
Me coming here today, I was at State hearing this morning. From there, they referred us to court here. So we have been standing here since all through the day. Nothing has been happening. They have demanded money from us, and that's demanding money from us. How much? I've already paid like 16,000, and that's saying I'll still pay more 10,000.
Till on Tuesday, and I said they brought him to the court. So we were still working from morning. They'll take them to the CPS. They'll bring them back to court. Even to give him food, we pay 500 at court here. Though they don't even want us to go and see them, just to open the gate. They say we should pay 500 to bring food for our own brother to eat. Is that what they are doing in this our River State? What the governor is doing is really bad.
Efforts are already being made to cushion the effect of the sit-at-home order of the Rivers State government over the coronavirus pandemic in the state. To this end, the Rivers Local Enterprise Development Initiative, RIVLED, has flagged off the distribution of a stimulus package for indigents across the state. President and Chief Executive Officer of Rivled, Lelonu Inwibu Basa, who led other members of the group on the distribution of the package, said the beneficiaries who were carefully selected are extremely poor people in the society.
What is enhancing and helping us to do this is that we have a robust structure and system that can help us identify these people and distribute to them. We have a state structure, and we also have project officers at the local government level, and at the ward levels we have what we call the LEDICOM, Local Enterprise Development Implementation Committee. They are the ones that have done the work of identifying beneficiaries based on our criteria. And of course, in all the places we have been to, you can see that this is not political. The people that we are giving this thing to are the people that actually need. Advice to Rivers people is, one, nobody should lose hope. Nobody should lose faith. History has it that has always been pandemic and people overcome. But in this time, this very disease comes through contact. If people stop moving, the virus stops moving. And that's why there is lockdown. People should obey government directives by staying at home.
On his part, President of the Port Harcourt Chamber of Commerce and Chairman of the Organized Private Sector in Rivers State, Nabil Saleh, said the aim is to feed 23,000 families in the state.
Their own charity foundation is pushing. They are separating 1,000 food of package for every local government in River State. And today they start from Ward 8 in River State, Falga. And they need to reach 23 local government. The total, it will be 23,000 family. They need to feed 23,000 family in River State.
Our correspondent reports that aged women, widows, and people living with disabilities are some of the beneficiaries of the package that started in Port Harcourt. The chairman of the Victim Support Fund, General Theophilus Yakubu Danjuma, has commissioned the Victim Support Fund Task Force on COVID-19. The task force is expected to provide palliative measures to internally displaced persons and other vulnerable groups around the country as part of its contribution to national efforts to fight COVID-19. The task force will provide 1 billion naira worth of medical supplies, food, water, and non-food items for IDPs and others who will face special challenges at this difficult time. It shall also work closely with all federal and state government organs and agencies tasked with the responsibility for providing direction and leadership in the fight against COVID-19, including the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 and all relevant MDAs. The Minister of Health, Dr. Osage Anire, says more confirmed cases of COVID-19 will be discovered in the coming days. The minister made the observation during the daily media briefing of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 in Abuja. Anire said this follows the improvement in the national testing capacity with the establishment of 2 more testing centers in Nigeria. The minister also assured that the federal government will continue to expand isolation centers and ICU across the country.
As contact tracing and testing capacity are being ramped up, more and more cases will be found, and the number of new confirmed cases of COVID-19 is expected to rise initially. With the expanded national case definition and the addition of 2 laboratories to the NCDC network of molecular diagnostic laboratories, national testing capacity has increased. Moreover, the lockdown in high-burden states presents the advantage of reduced population mobility and leaves more people at home to be found during contact tracing. As I said, all this means that more people, more samples can be collected and can be tested more quickly, and the turnaround time is shorter, and it means that more cases will be discovered.
The minister also said talks are on with the Minister of Trade, Industry and Investment to look into the possibility of having ventilators and other protective gears produced by indigenous manufacturers.
In view of the prevailing global shortages of particular commodities like masks and protective gowns and even of ventilators, we are going to have conversations with the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment to look for indigenous producers, indigenous manufacturers, to try and support the effort to find more facilities and commodities that we are going to be using for protection and personal protection equipment.
After 8 days of isolation and treatment, the Chief Medical Director of the University College Hospital Ibadan, Professor Jesse Otegbayo, has tested negative for COVID-19. The head of public relations unit of the hospital, Toye Akinrinlola, who disclosed this, said the last test on Otegbayo's blood sample has come back negative. Akinrinlola said the test result arrived at about 3:45 p.m. to gladden the heart of family, friends, and workers of the institution. Otegbayo had tested positive to the virus 7 days ago. He said he may have contracted the virus through board meetings of the hospital held from Monday to Wednesday last week. The People's Democratic Party has rejected the reduction of the pump price from 125 to 123 naira 50 kobo. The PDP described the reduction of the fuel price by 1 naira 50 kobo as offensive and a further display of cruelty and insensitivity of the All Progressives Congress to the plight of Nigerians, particularly as the nation battles the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The PDP, in a statement issued by its spokesman, Kola Logodiya, insisted that the correct price of fuel is between 80 to 90 naira per litre, given the slump in the price of fuel and crude oil in the international market. The PDP said any price beyond that is completely unacceptable as it amounts to fleecing Nigerians. The party berated the APC administration for attempting to delude Nigerians by tweaking the cost decimals to create what it said is a misleading impression of price reduction while allegedly fleecing the unsuspecting public. You're listening to the World News at 6 and today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. After this break, more news, foreign and sports stories to stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Thank you for staying tuned. You're still listening to the World News at 6 and today 95.1 FM, voice of the people. And now allow me bring you the rest of the bulletin. The Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Adamu, has cautioned officers and men of the Nigeria Police Force currently deployed for the enforcement of the lockdown and social restriction orders to ensure that the rights of Nigerians are not infringed upon. The warning was contained in a statement by the force spokesman, DCP Frank Mba. In the statement, DCP Mba revealed that persons on essential duties duly exempted from the restriction orders should be accorded due courtesies and unfettered access to and through their places of duty. According to Mba, the IGP noted that the global community is now in extraordinary times, with the lockdown taking its toll on every component of national life. The IGP asks that all police officers deployed for the enforcement of these restriction orders must be professional, humane, and tactful, and must show utmost respect to the citizenry. According to the statement, the IGP has directed command commissioners of police to immediately commence conduct monitoring of police officers deployed on enforcement duties in their areas of responsibilities. The IGP equally charged zonal assistant inspectors general of police across the nation to ensure adequate supervision of personnel under their watch, as well as due compliance with the standard operating procedure guiding the special task. A soldier shot dead an unidentified young man in Delta State. The incident occurred at Uguwangwa community in Warri South, local government area of the state, on the second day of the lockdown directive issued by the state governor Ifeanyi Okowa. Police authorities in the state who confirmed the killing said they have commenced an investigation into the incident. The police public relations officer in the state, Onome Onovuwakoyeya, however, noted that the details of the incident were unclear. In the meantime, authorities of the Warri South local government areas demanded the prosecution of the soldier involved in the killing. Christians and other religious leaders across the world have been urged to seek the face of God for his intervention in this period of a global pandemic. Prophet Ezwo Okena, who gave the advice in reaction to the rising cases of COVID-19, said it now appears that science and human thinking have failed to prefer solution to the pandemic. The clergyman commended the measures taken by the government to contain the spread of the virus, but insisted that only God has the solution to the coronavirus pandemic, just as he advised the government to create a makeshift market after closing markets to avert starvation and hunger.
I commend the government on their efforts so far made to stop the spread of the virus. The end of a man is the beginning of God. Where man walks and gets tired, that is where God begins. Let all the leaders, religious leaders, politicians, and all come back to God. It's only God that has the final solution to this pandemic. Let's return back to God. Maybe it could be our sins. It could be us not serving God the way we should have served Him. It could be the end time. Let's go back to God. About the shutdown of the market and business centers where people aim their livings, it is to totally put them more. We are suffering on pandemic coronavirus, and we are now returning to the worst pandemic, which is hunger. Government should seek for solution on how to spread food. They should give out arms. If they won't meet up in giving out arms, they should open borders. Let there be free movement and let people buy and sell.
On the foreign scene now, Saudi Arabia has imposed a 24-hour curfew on the holy cities of Mecca and Medina as part of efforts to curb the spread of coronavirus. The cities had already been under 15-hour curfews, and the stay-at-home order has now been extended around the clock. Residents are only allowed out to buy food and for medical necessity. The tightened restrictions come at a time of uncertainty over whether the Hajj, the annual pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, will go ahead in July and August. The event usually attracts more than 2 million Muslims from around the world. Saudi Arabia has the highest rate of coronavirus infections in the Gulf region, with 1,885 confirmed cases and 21 deaths from the disease so far. Spain has cut almost 900 jobs since it imposed strict measures to fight the coronavirus. Another sign of the economic impact of the outbreak in Europe's second worst hit country. March figure is the highest monthly rise in unemployment ever recorded in the country, which already had one of the Eurozone's highest jobless rates. Spain banned all but essential outings and shut most businesses in mid-March. It has marked another gray milestone as the number of deaths passed 10,000. Paramedics in New York City have been told to stop bringing to hospital any cardiac patients whose heart has stopped and who cannot be revived at the scene. Under the previous guidance, victims of heart attacks or any other heart problems would be brought to intensive care units, which are now growing increasingly full of coronavirus patients. The New York Police Department has discussed creating so-called shot for dead on arrival of detectives who would transport bodies of coronavirus victims to mobile morgues around the city. Ed Mullins, the head of the city's main police union, told the New York Post newspaper that the same kind of DOA teams were used after the 9/11 attacks on the World Trade Center, which killed nearly 3,000 people. And to end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. Members of the Rivers State Executive Council has donated their April salaries to the state government for the fight against COVID-19 in the state. Magistrate courts in Port Harcourt have granted bail to over 200 persons arrested for the violation of the 24 hours curfew imposed by the Rivers State government in some parts of the state. The federal government has said it is considering local manufacturing of ventilators and other protective equipment as the cases of COVID-19 in Nigeria rise. On the foreign scene, Saudi Arabia has declared a 24-hour curfew in the cities of Mecca and Medina to stop the spread of coronavirus in the country. That was the news as edited by Chinidi Iwuna. For comments and inquiries, please call 0815-341-8657 or 0814-434-3502. Send your emails to news at todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Kala Dakarubatapo. Thank you for listening. Do stay tuned to Today 95.1 FM.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Tune in to Soccer Nation every weekday. Live right here on Today FM from 6:15 to 6:30 p.m. It's the best 15 minutes of football anywhere on radio. You don't want to miss it. Good evening, guys. Welcome to Soccer Nation. The best 15 minutes of football anywhere on radio comes over on this dial, and of course at this time as well. There's so much to talk about and so much to get into because, of course, we've got the biggest news headlines on the world of football coming through. We've got the Football Insider, and we've got the Stat Zone. All of that and much more coming through right here over the course of the next 15 minutes. This is Soccer Nation.
Every football fan deserves the best football show, and that's why we present Soccer Nation live right here on Today95.1 FM.
Every weekday.
For all the goals, all the news, and all the analysis, Soccer Nation is the place to be. Tune in.
Welcome back to the show. Let's get into the biggest news headlines and start off with the news from England, as former Tottenham manager Harry Redknapp has taken a dig at the club's chairman Daniel Levy over his decision to slash the wages of non-playing staff while maintaining that none of the playing staff will have their wages reduced. Levy recently announced that Tottenham would use the government's furlough scheme and that 550 Spurs employees would have to take a 20% pay cut while football remains suspended due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This decision comes at a time when the club released their financial figures, which revealed that Levy earned an extra £3 million on top of his £4 million salary for overseeing the completion of the club's new stadium. Redknapp has not been impressed with Levy's decision, while also calling on the Premier League's big earners to donate a chunk of their wages to the NHS. I can't believe it. Surely players should be taking a pay cut. This isn't for big clubs like Tottenham. I thought the government were going to pay ordinary people who are struggling and help businesses who are struggling. But you're talking here about a club where players earn 10 to 12 million pounds a year. Tottenham are owned by Joe Lewis, one of the richest men in the world. His club are cutting the wages of non-football staff by 20%. I can't believe it, Redknapp said. This decision came as a surprise to many, considering that a number of top clubs, including Barcelona, have slashed the wages of players by a staggering 70%. Meanwhile, Rio Ferdinand has revealed that his dream front three for Manchester United next season, but has snubbed French attacker and current Red Devil star Anthony Martial. Ferdinand was responding to a question during an Instagram live session as the former United defender included informed striker Marcus Rashford in his dream front three alongside Kylian Mbappe for PSG and Borussia Dortmund's Jadon Sancho. Who would I want to have up front for Manchester United? Rashford, Mbappe, Sancho, he said. That would be a joke, but I don't know if someone has got the money on the planet to get Mbappe out of PSG, he admitted. Meanwhile, Sancho has been linked with a move to United in the next transfer window, as Ferdinand heaped praise on him as one of the best young kids in the world and went on to claim that United is the place for Sancho to go. Meanwhile, still Manchester United, apparently the Old Trafford club are ready to rival Real Madrid for the signing of Erling Braut Haaland if the striker chooses to leave Borussia Dortmund this summer. Haaland decided against a move to Old Trafford in January, choosing instead to join Borussia Dortmund from FC Salzburg, but a release clause inserted in his deal means that Real Madrid can swoop in and make a move for him this summer. Dortmund expect to keep hold of the 19-year-old for at least another season, particularly giving the mounting talk that Jadon Sancho could leave the club this summer. United are leading the chase for Sancho despite an asking price of around 130 million euros, and Dortmund do not want to lose two of their prized assets in the same window. Despite rejecting United in January, Haaland has not burned any bridges with Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, his former manager at Molde, and the recruitment department at Old Trafford is still closely monitoring his progress in Germany. United backed away from a deal with Haaland in January over concerns about the insistence of a release clause inserted into the contract with club chiefs, including executive vice chairman Ed Woodward, feeling it would give agent Mino Raiola and the Norwegian's representatives too much control over his future. Borussia Dortmund, however, agreed to that proposal, but now face losing Haaland, who scored 12 goals in 11 games since arriving from Salzburg, for a fee that will be well below his market value. Solskjaer is looking to add a striker to his squad in the next transfer window as he looks to bolster his forward line. United have also not ruled out making Odion Ighalo's loan move permanent after the Nigerian international's impressive impact following a loan deal from Shanghai Shenhua in January. And still talking Manchester United, midfielder Nemanja Matic has heaped praise on Scott McTominay and hailed the youngster as a highly important player who has the ability to become a legend at Man United in the future. McTominay has risen to prominence under the tutelage of Jose Mourinho and also, of course, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. He has improved even more and is now one of United's most important players, which is why Matic believes that he will end up as a legend of the club by the time he retires for the game. I think he will be very important for Manchester United in the next 10 years or more. He is the kind of player and person you always want to have in a changing room. He is very professional with a lot of quality in his legs. His mentality is what Manchester United needs to have, so I think that with any coach in any club, he will fit in very well. However, the former Chelsea player was also keen to add that McTominay should get his head down and and continue to improve if he wants to keep up his progress as a top footballer. In Spain, Barcelona president Josep Maria Bartomeu has dismissed rumors of the club falling into the fangs of bankruptcy in June due to the ongoing COVID-19 crisis, which has paralyzed much of Europe. With football currently off in the country, clubs have no source of income, and there have been reports of the Blaugrana becoming bankrupt in June as a result. However, Bartomeu has denied those claims, but did admit that there will be huge losses if nothing happens by June, which is one of the reasons why Barcelona have slashed player salaries by 70%. The situation is complex, he said. Since the 14th of March, Barcelona have had no income, but we would not go bankrupt in June if nothing has been established by June. There will be losses. If we do not restore normality, obviously there will be losses, and that is why we are making these reductions. Bartomeu then went on to explain the mechanics behind the sacrifice Barcelona's players have made, revealing that the pay cuts taken by them helps by ensuring that non-sporting employees of the club continue to get their full wages. And still in Spain, plans that Real Madrid players and staff are likely to return to work anytime soon are non-existent, according to reports in Spain. The COVID-19 crisis has put almost everything at a halt all around the world of football in Europe, and Spain is no different. Now, that's why reports that Real Madrid players and staff, after isolating themselves, are expected to return to training anytime soon. It appears that will no longer be the case. The report also claims in Spain that the Los Blancos are pessimistic about the league restarting, which is why Zinedine Zidane is already thinking and actually prepping for next season. Meanwhile, Real Madrid are not going to ask their players to take any sort of wage cuts or temporary redundancies at the moment, since the club's well-designed finances do not make it necessary for them to take such a step, according to reports. The financial repercussions due to the ongoing COVID-19 crisis are becoming apparent with each passing day, as most clubs in Spain, including Barcelona, have slashed off a part of wages for their employees. However, at the moment, Real Madrid don't have to take such a drastic measure, since the club's robust finances mean that they can survive the first wave of the pandemic. In the last meeting between the clubs and La Liga, the representatives discussed the possibility of the league not commencing again, which is the worst case scenario, as it would cost around 500 million euros in TV rights money that is yet to be collected. As a result, clubs have come to the conclusion that they have to be united to get over the crisis without going bankrupt. Currently in Spain, Real Madrid are not asking players to take a pay cut, but there's an understanding that the club will align with any decision that La Liga takes in its negotiations with the Spanish Footballers Association. There's a chance that the government can intervene to protect clubs in the long term, but in the short term, Madrid are safe thanks to their robust finances, the report says. And talking about Madrid, youngster Rodrigo Goes has dismissed any comparisons to Neymar as unnecessary pressure being thrown at him by others. The Brazilian youngster was brought to Madrid from Santos, a club where Neymar played in his younger years. As a result, the teenager has been in the same club with Neymar once and is often compared to the PSG star. However, he's not a fan of such claims, as he believes that it's unnecessary pressure. I always said to avoid these comparisons. It's an unnecessary pressure that ends up being thrown at me. I was always able to say that I didn't want to be compared to anyone, and then there was never this much discussion. Sometimes there is, but it comes from outside, so it doesn't interfere with what happens on the pitch. Before going to move on to Madrid, Rodrigo went to Pele's house to take his blessings, and there the Santos legend gave the youngster a piece of advice which he says he still carries till this day in his new home at the Santiago Bernabeu. Pele told me not to be afraid of anything, to play my game, to play my football, and not to be afraid of anything in life. That has been fundamental for me, especially my start here at Real Madrid, Rodrigo also added. Meanwhile, Portugal star Cristiano Ronaldo is likely to leave Juventus in the summer, with a potential financial crisis looming over the old lady due to the COVID-19 pandemic that has brought the footballing world to a standstill. However, according to tabloids in Spain, if Ronaldo and Juventus decide to part ways, the Portuguese striker's options will likely be limited to either a return to Old Trafford or a move to French heavyweights PSG. Both teams seem like ideal destinations for Ronaldo should he decide to leave the Turin outfit, as the Portuguese attacker is widely admired by Manchester United faithful and even received a warm reception from the club when he visited with Juventus in the Champions League last season. Meanwhile, Neymar and Kylian Mbappe are two of PSG's biggest superstars that have been linked with exits from the club, and if either of them were to be lured away by a move, the French club will likely be on the market for a marquee signing, and Ronaldo fits the bill. Meanwhile, another Juventus superstar, Paulo Dybala, is in the news as he has revealed that he told fellow teammate Cristiano Ronaldo that he's not very popular in his country, Argentina, over his attitude and demeanor Argentina, and that he was also surprised that the 35-year-old is also not like how he is painted by the media in real life. I said to him, Cristiano in Argentina, we hate you a bit because of your figure, because of how you are and how you walk. The truth is, you surprised me because I found you to be very different, Dybala said in an online interview. The 26-year-old, who recently caused a scare as he tested positive for coronavirus, opened up on his experience, revealing that he felt very tired, but is now on the mend after self-isolating himself, and he's now fully recovering. Ajax Amsterdam technical director Mark Overmars has expressed astonishment at plans to try to complete the Dutch league season. His irritated reaction came after the Dutch Football Association issued a statement saying it would follow UEFA's direction to attempt to finish the season suspended due to the coronavirus outbreak. Why would it be about money and not people's well-being at this time? I had hoped the Dutch Association would take an independent decision, but they are now hiding behind UEFA, Overmars told reporters. The Dutch league was among the 55 member leagues in Europe that have either suspended or abandoned their leagues so far. And Overmars is keen on ensuring that the Dutch league can only make a return even if only players are guaranteed of their safety. Let's go on a break. When we come back, it'll be time to get into the Football Insider right here on Soccer Nation.
Every football fan deserves the best football show, and that's why we present Soccer Nation live right here on Today95.1 FM.
Every weekday.
For all the goals, all the news, and all the analysis, Soccer Nation is the place to be. Tune in.
Welcome back to the show. Let's get into the Football Insider today and tell you about Lionel Messi. Now, a famous Lionel Messi lookalike got a ringing endorsement for his similarity to the Barcelona superstar on Saturday when a French TV station mistakenly used his image. In a segment during a Saturday lunchtime news bulletin on how sports stars are making large donations to causes dealing with the coronavirus pandemic, French broadcaster M6 paired Messi with Swiss legend Roger Federer, or so they thought. They actually used the picture of Messi's Iranian doppelganger, Reza Paratesh, who came into global attention 3 years ago and has since been bamboozling the public in his homeland and beyond ever since. Evidently, M6 are the latest to mistake Paratesh for the actual Lionel Messi. Back in 2017, Paratesh, then a student, had to be brought to a police station and had his car impounded because of commotion he was causing in the streets of Hamadan in Iran. That's how popular he has been. Let's go on another break. When we come back, it'll be time for the Stat Zone, right here on Soccer Nation.
Every football fan deserves the best football show, and that's why we present Soccer Nation live right here on Today95.1 FM.
Every weekday.
For all the goals, all the news, and all the analysis, Soccer Nation is the place to be. Tune in.
Welcome back to the show. Let's get into the Stars and tell you that Saul scored more goals at the 2017 European Under-21 Championships than any other player with 5, while Arsene Wenger won the FA Cup 7 times as Arsenal manager. It's a record for any manager in the competition. Wimbledon spent just 8 days in the relegation zone in the 1999-2000 Premier League season, the fewest by any side to be relegated. And of course, Everton beat Liverpool 1-0 in September of 1999, but they failed to win in each of their last 23 visits in all competitions to Anfield ever since. The 89th minute has seen 1,912 goals scored, is more than any other minute in La Liga's entire history, while of course at 23 years and 282 days old, Robbie Fowler became the youngest player to score 100 Premier League goals. It's a feat which was surpassed by Michael Owen in the 2002-2003 campaign. And that's the show for today. Thank you so much for being a part of it. Join us next time right here on this dial for another edition of Soccer Nation. Until then, goodbye and God bless.
Tune in to Soccer Nation every weekday. Live right here on Today FM from 6:15 to 6:30 p.m. It's the best 15 minutes of football anywhere on radio.
You don't want to miss it.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
My brother, my sister, papa, mama, and pikin. Corona, no big pass us. We go fight time, we go win. As long as we remember to always do the right thing. Wash your hands, love each other, we go win. Oh. Corona, na the virus, we dey worry human being. E no get Lego, but e dey waka from person to person. But we fit beat time, we fit stop time if we maintain good hygiene and practice social distancing. We go, we know. No shaking hands with your neighbor. Blow them a kiss from afar. Use soap and water to wage war. Let's show this thing who we are. We are special, we're courageous, we are awesome human beings. We do super, we get power, we can conquer anything. If we hear word and obey laws and exercise discipline, wash your hands, love each other, we go, we know. If it be like say you know well, like it's something they do you, and you feel say, you believe say, you get to see they do you. And your body no researchy, like it's something they do you. No let panic finish you. You go, we know. Self-isolate for the sake of all the people that you love. Oh, don't go around spreading rumors, 'cause fake news won't help anyone. You are special, you're courageous, you're a caged human being. You too much, oh, you get power, you can conquer anything. Only if you hear word and obey laws and exercise discipline. Wash your hands, love one another, we go, we know. My brother, my sister, papa, mama, and pikin. COVID-19, no big pass, we go fight and we go win. Just as long as we remember to always do the right thing. Wash your hands, love each other, we go, we know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that was Cobams.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, this dude just thought of coronavirus and then created music.
How
created
literally
joy
somebody
out
taking
of coronavirus,
taking
guy.
everything that doesn't stand for happiness
like,
right now and giving us pure
I
happiness.
tell you, like something that sounds that just shows you negativity and then it brings the
turning
positivity
it
out
into
of
something
you.
very nice.
Turning it into something so nice, so beautiful. Shout out to
Cobams.
That was lovely. That was mind blowing. Wash your hands. You go.
Yeah,
And
I
in
could
case-
sing like that too.
All right,
Yeah.
all right. And in case you don't know, the title of the song was "We Go Win." We Go Win by Cobams. That song could just win a Grammy. You never know. Well, you're welcome today.
You know. Yes.
And in case you don't know what show it is, and in case you don't know whose voice you're hearing, well, you're welcome to Entertainment Today on your premium radio station.
It's actually the
95.1
recap.
FM. It's the recap. It's the recap, guys.
Yeah, we get to give you all the latest gossip and gist in the world of entertainment. For those of you who missed the morning show, yeah, this is the time where you get
this
to.
is just the best time for you. And my name is Bolu Tife, aka Balogun of Port Harcourt, and I'm not alone in the studio. I have my
I name just finds a way to just make me laugh every single time. All right, it's your favorite boy, Dave Roberts, and we are radioactive right now. We get to give you all the gossip, all the latest
All the
juicy
juicy,
gossip
all the
in the world of
juicy,
entertainment.
juicy.
All right, first off, happy birthday to you. If today's your birthday,
Happy birthday to you. Shout outs to Faith at the EAA. Happy birthday.
Yeah.
You're celebrating, if your birthday is today, you're celebrating alongside Quavo
of
the
Migos.
rapper, right?
Yes.
Of the Migos.
We
Trap music.
Yeah.
You know this, you understand. Yeah.
And
So,
then
like-
also, today is Marvin Gaye's birthday. If
Marvin
he was,
Gaye, the
sexual healing guy.
sexual healing guy. You know what? I read a book that said that back in the 70s, was in the 70s, he sang the song, that song made many people to get pregnant.
Let's not go into
Yo,
that.
people go, okay, yeah, let's not go into
All
that.
right,
Okay,
all right,
so
all right.
in the morning we talked about
Burna
Davido,
Boy,
we talked
yes.
about Burna Boy. Well, Burna Boy has said is going to leave Twitter.
And his statement right now is coming off, certain issues that have been going on with him trending on Twitter for negative things. And
Yeah, you know Burna Boy. Burna Boy would just really come to Twitter and tell everybody, look, I'm the best. And
for some
nobody paved the way
controversial
for
things.
me.
Yes.
Look, I'm the best, you understand? And that's just Burna Boy. And then people started to really just bash him and, hey, why would you say this? Why would you say that? And man, dude had to come out to clarify. Look, I'm no longer on Twitter. What do you think about this? Like, do you feel like celebrities would now start to not want to be on social media as much?
I think they should just allow the management handle it.
Allow the management handle it. But what I'm trying to say is social media is scary of recent. Like, I mean, like, you go on pages of celebrities and you see some comments under, like I always say, Nigerians go there to post vile things.
It's
crazy
everywhere.
stuff. Like,
it's everywhere. You just
But then
can't...
again, Burna Boy's own is quite different because he also has to beef with Caesar Millie.
Over a song. Caesar apparently wrote for him, and he's saying Caesar didn't do that song for him.
I mean,
It's
like
quite
he
funny.
called Caesar Millie a liar,
A
and
spineless liar.
Yes, spineless liar. And he also threatened him. He said, "I hope Corona catches you before I do, because if it doesn't, I fear for you." Like, but I mean, like that was too far.
It went too far.
It was too far.
Definitely too far.
Why would you wish somebody coronavirus? I mean, the whole world basically is trying to.
Apparently, he's angry at the fact that Caesar is taking glory for what he did not do.
That's cool. Well. Okay, Davido was also in the news. I mean, Davido's fiancé rather. Chioma tested positive. Chef Chioma tested positive for the virus. Thankfully, Davido tested negative as well as his son, Ifeanyi. However, people on social media, again, I've been asking Davido to go take another test because they believe he has to be positive. I mean, like, they're like, dude, Chioma is your babe. You definitely
Come on, you guys don't hug.
You guys didn't practice social distancing.
You guys did not, you didn't shake hands, you didn't kiss.
So what's happening? So Davido had to retake the test and came out to say, look, I took the test again.
And
I'm
dude, I'm negative.
And I'm just happy for the dude. Like, so, some people came out to say, maybe Davido, just maybe Davido is the antidote.
So what should they do? Take him, slice him, and take out his blood and do something with it? Nah, that's not going to work.
Well, talking about coronavirus and the lockdown and everything, Reno Omokri, aka politician, aka social commentator, aka Twitter user, has
aka
come out
wise man,
aka wise man, Reno's Nuggets, has come out to say, look, the lockdown or this lockdown should teach Nigerians how retirement would be.
He has lots of sense in that.
It makes sense, you understand? In his words, he said, let this lockdown teach you how your retirement would be. Your expenses continue to rise because old age comes with more health challenges. However, your income reduces or dries up. Learn from coronavirus. Plan for your retirement. Save to invest. And in some way, I feel like it was talking to me directly. Like, because everywhere I see this, I just like, oh, Bolu save. Bolu save. Come on, man.
But the truth is, we learn to adapt. As things happen to us. And it's wise to save, or it's also wise to invest also too. So this is a period where we should just consciously try our best.
Exactly. We should just use. I feel like we should use the whole pandemic and everything that's happening right now to learn how to inculcate some habits. Yeah,
yes,
like saving and all of that. Well, Samuel L. Jackson, in case you don't. Dude, if you don't know who Samuel L. Jackson is, well, okay, he's an actor, a U.S. actor.
Hollywood.
He has a very important Hollywood actor, by the way. He has a very important message for his fans. Well, if you know him very well, you know how he talks and how he makes a statement. So he says, and I quote a statement by him. He says, "Stay the F at home. Corona is spreading. This shit. Oh my God. I'm so sorry.
No joke.
It's no joke. It is time to work. It is no time to work. And the only way you can fight this is simple, my friend. Stay the F at home, and technically I'm not a doctor, but really, like, I feel like most people don't know, but that's the way we could really end the pandemic. I mean, like, you have to stay at home to prevent it from moving. I mean,
I saw this very nice drawing, and it was like the police pushing people indoors, and then the doctors pushing the coronavirus indoors, and it was really nice. And they were like, these are our real heroes. But by the way, I do not know why the police are, taking things
like way out
of proportion.
But
respect the fact that people are still human beings. Don't treat them like animals.
Exactly. But I mean, this is Nigeria, where people just want to act. I mean, like, when people have power, they want to show you that, look, I have power. I mean, we have to. That mentality has to go, guys.
The police are our friend, and we are also friends of you, police. So just please.
Police is our friend.
All right, let me just quickly ask you this question.
Okay,
right?
okay. Dave is the question man. He has the questions every other day, and I'm ready for him, man. I'm ready for you. Ask your question.
Okay, shall I shoot?
I told you, shoot. Right. Don't shoot me, but like, shoot your question.
All right. Okay, so just in your imagination.
In my imagination.
Yes.
Okay.
If you could just imagine that the coronavirus will be cured by an artist.
By an artist.
Yes.
Okay.
And for the coronavirus to be cured, the artist would have to sacrifice his career.
His music just has to go.
Every single thing he has done.
Are we talking Nigerian or like
let's say Nigerian.
Let's say Nigerian. Yeah. And like all his portfolios, everything, his whole career gone, and we don't have coronavirus again. Dude, I would basically sacrifice almost anybody, but if I were to choose, man.
Like, we're sacrificing this person's career for the cause of the world.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if I were to sacrifice somebody's career for the cause of the world,
and
Speed Darlington, where are you? Speed Darlington, where are you? I would even sacrifice 3. Speed Darlington, I would sacrifice your career. Vico.
My God.
Do you know Vico, guys? Do you know Vico? Vico, I would sacrifice your career, and as well as who else could I?
Like I go with the 2, like you've gone with.
Those 2 were good.
Those 2 were just
I was going
perfect.
to say Naira. Okay, should I say?
Let's hear from
Naira Marley. Okay.
Let's hear from
them. But
Luke
would like to know who you would be willing to
sacrifice his career to end
if
the pandemic.
Like, if there was just a sign and it was all over that. Look, we need one artist to sacrifice his career and coronavirus would be over. Who would you pick? Like, call us, hit us up, let us know. 0817 00951 or 081095100951. You can send a text message to the number 0701 933 9962. By the way, today it's Woman Crush.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't know?
Yeah, it is WCW. And our woman crush for today is
drum rolls, everybody.
My mother.
Oh. Dave, that was amazing. Your mother.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm so
I'm
right
just
now.
loving everything about.
We do have a call, so let me pick this one.
All right.
Hello, good evening to you. Hello, good evening. Yes. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Victor.
All right, Victor, welcome to the show.
You're welcome. All right,
I
so
would like to sacrifice my life.
You would try to what?
Sacrifice my life.
You're willing to sacrifice your life.
Are you an artist?
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes.
No, Victor.
I'm not an artist.
You're not an artist, but you're willing to sacrifice anything for the pandemic to be over.
Yes, sir.
Wow, I mean, like, you deserve a round of applause,
That's
but
way over
at the same time, please do not sacrifice your life. Let's just pray to
we
God that
need you
everything
to stay
ends.
With us, all right?
But thank you for coming. Thank you for calling in. We really appreciate you. Whoa, his life. That was
brother.
People aren't even sacrificing careers anymore. They're ready to sacrifice
their
anything
life
for coronavirus to just go. But Dave, I was going to ask you too. If you were another call, okay, let's pick this one. Hello, good evening. Entertainment today.
Hello,
good evening. 95.1. You're welcome.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from?
This is David. I'm calling from Oyo.
David. You have a mistake in the studio.
All right.
Okay, so if you were to pick an artist's career to just go down the drain and
for
it will
coronavirus
end, who would you choose?
Definitely not the video. I know
Oh my
No,
God.
no,
Chocolate.
definitely not.
Okay, then who?
that bitch, Tiwa Savage.
Tiwa.
Oh,
what?
This is really
Are you
savage
serious
right here.
right now? Tiwa Savage.
Why?
Why though?
Everything about her is just so artificial.
Artificial.
Really?
That's what you feel, though. I mean, like some people like artificial. You know.
All right.
And the annoying thing is, I just wish she could just fade off, let younger ladies come. She just comes.
But she's quite
taking younger artists.
She's quite a nice
She
singer.
uses younger artists She uses younger artists to renew her career.
Oh my God, that was savage.
Oh my God,
that was savage, man. But thank you for calling. I really appreciate you.
Yeah, she reminds me of an old vampire witch.
Oh my God. No. Please do not say that. Do not say that. Thank you for calling, though. But please, let's mind our language. Tiwa Savage is no vampire, you know.
She's quite a nice singer, and I do not know why, but like.
All right, so Dave, you're not free yet. I was going to ask you the question. So if you could pick an artist's career, you know, to go down the drain and coronavirus would just be over, boom, who would you choose?
I'll definitely go with
artist?
Speed Darlington.
Speed Darlington.
He's
okay.
He's the man of the moment.
I want you to pick three people now. Three people for you. Naira Marley, Davido, Wizkid. I'm giving you options right now.
I pretty much don't think that I would do more than one.
But who, if you had to pick three people, who would you pick?
I'll just go with
Bucci.
Speed Darlington.
Okay, Speed Darlington. Just Speed Darlington.
Only.
Who else? No, Vico. Vico is not there, but you like Vico's music.
I do not like his music.
Amazing. Everybody.
He could just slide.
Dave loves Vico. However, Frank Donger, the comedian, Instagram, comedian, and also like, normal comedian, has come out to say that the government should cut down all excesses and focus on education and healthcare in the country. Now, the popular comic actor has advised the federal government of Nigeria to cut down on its excesses and focus on what really matters, like building solid healthcare system and education. He spoke via his official Twitter handle on Thursday and added that it is obvious that the country can no longer carry the financial weight of elaborate and luxurious governance. I just felt like I was doing the politics show right now because
and he's quite certain and sure of what he's saying.
But do you really feel like the government should focus now on education, just education and
health?
No, I do feel we should focus on health, but you have to realize that this is a pandemic that has affected world powers, including like the big guns in the world, So,
I think what he means by cutting the excesses is the amount of money you spend on other things, the amount of money you spend on the luxuries of the senators and, furnishing the luxury lifestyle of people,
politicians, and some of our leaders.
You just take from there and augment these other parts.
Amazing. Well, you could still hit us up if you want to tell us the artist's career you're willing to let go to cure the world of coronavirus. The numbers to call
0817-0000-951 or 0810-951-0951.
You can also send a text message or WhatsApp message to the number 0701-933-9962. Well, there was drama on Twitter and Instagram day before yesterday, and it involved Sydney Talker.
Now, apparently, before this time, he had this video of him, coughing and then acting like he was going to lose his life. And people said it was
a skit at first,
And right now, he has come out to post the confirmed, tests from the NCDC saying that he is coronavirus COVID-19 negative. He's not having COVID-19. He's not dying. He's not losing his life anytime soon. So he came out to post and he said, my test results just got in from Lagos State Ministry of Health, and I'm thankfully grateful to God that it is not negative. To those who felt I was having a prank or clout chasing, I have just one question. Why would I chase clout at the expense of my life?
I would just want to pause there because I'm so sorry, Sydney Talker. I love you. I love your stuff.
But
I
it's
love
just too funny.
But, I was one of the people who believed you were chasing clout, bro, because you came
like
on
he
Twitter.
Could do anything. He's that kind of person.
Yeah, you came on Twitter at first. You posted the first video, and in the video you were calling the NCDC numbers, the emergency numbers for when you have coronavirus, and you were telling them you had coronavirus. It seemed like a skit, and you made it seem like a skit. You're my brother, but I'll tell you this: you don't do that. And then next thing you somehow magically have the symptoms, and then you want to take a test, and there was the back and forth on social media between Sydney Talker and the NCTC. Talker alleged that the NCTC didn't want to, get him tested and stuff. I mean, it was just too much drama.
It reminds me of the saying, do not cry wolf. Because if you do, the day the wolf turns up, you do not know. Nobody will come out to come and help you.
All right. Dave with wise words there. Wait, Dave, what's happening today? Like, why are you giving us proverbs?
I don't know. I
feel like I'm looking at what's Pete Edochie right now.
Like he's saying, I'm just
Pete Edochie in the flesh.
I'm just wise, man.
Well, all right, guys. On social media, most especially Instagram, there's been, producers have really come together to want to compare or compete with each other and play their hits.
I would like the word compare
themselves with other producers and just show their craft, show their hit songs, and people get to choose. That's why I said compete, because people actually really get to choose and say, oh, this is the winner, that is the loser and stuff. And first of all, we had Saz and Sheezy. People really came out to say they're both wonderful producers, by the way, but people came out to say Saz won that one.
Definitely.
Yesterday was nice. Yesterday was
Mastercraft
and Fuse,
yes,
right?
Yes, I think it was yesterday.
Yeah. And today, even Key Dominant and Young John have been tackling each other on Twitter. People are hoping that they get to see a battle. But MI, aka, okay, I'm not going to say that.
Young
Denzel. MI has come out to say that nobody should be compared to Don Jazzy. And I agree with him.
I do not agree with him.
Why don't you?
Like, everybody has his time. Everybody has his moment when he or she is in the spotlight, all right?
Okay.
And Don Jazzy did something for the music industry, right, no doubt, especially in Nigeria and everything. The sound, he brought in a new vibe and aspect to music in Nigeria. But with the likes of SARS, man, no.
Well, according to MI, he said no one can come close to Don Jazzy's league. He said the only two people who have managed to come close is Mastercraft and the other one whose name
at that time there was ID Kabasa. There was
ID Kabasa. There was
OJB.
Maybe he was probably talking about OJB, because he said the other person who could come close to Don Jazzy is late now. Is no longer with you.
All right.
With us.
All right.
So I think it was referring to OJB at the time.
Yeah. And Don did well. Don did great. He did great music with the likes of The Band and Mo Hits at that point, and then he moved on to Mavin. But I agree to the fact that he's the GOAT. But people, I think other people actually tried to,
copy and tried to...
Not really copy. Other people did their best.
Oh, other people have done amazing stuff. Yeah, as well. But, Don Jazzy is legendary. Like, there's Don Jazzy. And then there are, like, the others. But it's been an amazing time. We're on Entertainment Recap today with Dave Melford Robert. Very nice name. And Boluwa Tufair, a.k.a. Balogun of Port Harcourt. Please do well to follow us on our socials. For Dave _Melford_ Robert. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, you find me there. Okay, for me it's quite complicated. On Twitter it's at thatboy_Bolu. On Instagram it's at BOLUTIFEH. So do well to follow us there. We would really be expecting you guys. It was a very, 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 very wonderful
show.
I mean, have a beautiful, amazing, wonderful evening. And we leave you with this song again by Cobhams, We Go Win, because we go actually
definitely have to win. Good night, guys.
My brother, my sister, papa, mama, and pikin. Corona, no big pass us. We go fight time, we go win. As long as we remember to always do the right thing. Wash your hands, love each other, we go win. Oh. Corona, na the virus, we dey worry human being. E no get Lego, but e dey waka from person to person. But we fit beat time, we fit stop time, if we maintain good hygiene and practice social distancing. We go win. Oh. No shaking hands with your neighbor. Blow them a kiss from afar. Use soap and water to wage war. Let's show this thing who we are. We are special. we're courageous, we are awesome human beings. We dey super, we get power, we can conquer anything. If we hear word and obey laws and exercise discipline, wash your hands, love each other, we go win. Oh, if it be like say you know well, like it's something they do you, and you feel say, you believe say, you get a seed it do you, and your body no researchy, like it's something they do you. No let panic finish you, you go win. Oh, self-isolate for the sake of all the people that you love. Oh, don't go around spreading rumors, 'cause fake news won't help anyone. You are special, you're courageous, you're a caged human being. You too much, oh, you get power, you can conquer anything. Only if you hear word and obey laws and exercise discipline. Wash your hands, love one another, we go, we know. My brother, my sister, papa, mama, and Pekin. COVID-19, no big pass, we go fight and we go win. Just as long as we remember to always do the right thing. Wash your hands, love each other, we go, we know.
.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What is happening in your community? Does your community feel government presence? Do you think your community's voice isn't heard by anyone that matters?
Join us on Area Talk, the platform that zones in on happenings in, out, and around your local communities. We focus on the problem and take eyewitness accounts to help us get a better picture on any issue. Every Tuesdays to Thursdays by 7 p.m. on Today's Connect, only on Today 95.1 FM.
I fit to reach you anywhere you day, brother man, you day.
Day 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Went to Vera, where they do drink, and it was being shut down by Vera boy. So since they caught it, we don't take it as if anything because they know what they are doing. We are not caught it. We don't know what was their problem. So after some days, his own boys who went into Vera from our neighboring community, not even in my community, to revenge. So when they went on that page of revenge, it becomes a communal that because we did not plan it that way. Up till now, I'm still begging my boys because they shut down an innocent person yesterday, and I say we are not ready for this. Is what theory called the tell activity. Did not plan anything against Vera because we are too close. This is two neighboring communities opposite each other. Like nothing will make us to fight. I also called them that they should control their boys. My boys are under control in my community. Nothing we have. But they just came in here and shut down the innocent boys. I have reported to the police earlier before now. I was with all the security agencies in my area. They know what is ongoing and they are all around here.
Welcome to Area Talk. It is a pleasure to be here doing the show for real. Yesterday was fun, and I trust you had fun yesterday with Bulu and Coco. Okay, that was Barisuka. He is the youth president in NWEOL community, Unwell community. And he just confirmed the incident to our correspondent. He said that there was actually killing in his community. So he confirmed it. He said killing was connected to a court clash, which started as the last month into a different community. So one Tanadi Badi, he was allegedly killed in a court clash between two rival groups in Bera and Unwell community in Gukana local government area of River State. And there you have it. Well, I don't know if you came across a video today on social media of something happening in Delta State. Did you see the video?
No, I didn't see any videos.
Okay.
The videos I've been seeing have been officials of like the security agencies basically just guarding everywhere and probably just flogging people with defaults. Those are the ones I've been seeing right now.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, on social media today, in different social media platforms, there are reports of, there are videos of people, even what they call this Instagram guy, Mr. Jollof. He also had a video where it was alleged that a soldier allegedly shot a guy dead, and protests erupted in that process, and there were lots of burning of tires, chasing of security personnel, and lots of attack. Well, someone had something to say regarding that. I don't know if you came across that video, but if you did, I'm sure you have an idea of what we're talking of tonight. But Keyamo has come out. Keyamo said he vows to petition the killing of the Delta youth by the army. He is the Minister for Labor and Employment. He's Festus Keyamo. And he condemned the reported killing of that man in Warri by soldiers implanting the lockdown order by Governor Ifeanyi Okowa of Delta State. So the victim, he is Joseph Pesu. He was allegedly killed at the Ubeju community while attempting to escape from his Toyota Camry car after breaching a security checkpoint in the area. So, reacting to the incident, the minister, in a statement, has said, "I have received disturbing reports and images of the high-handedness and shooting of innocent citizens by men of the armed forces deployed to enforce the COVID-19 lockdown in my state, Delta State. Specifically, I have received reports of the killing of an innocent young man, Mr. Joseph Pesu, in Warri. I unreservedly condemn the barbaric act by men of the armed forces who should exercise restraint when dealing with the civilian populace. I will be forwarding a petition to the relevant authorities to thoroughly investigate this murder and bring the officers to book. In the interim, let us not take the laws into our hands, please," he said. So that's actually what transpired. And like I said earlier, Mr. Jollof also reacted. He made a video on it, and he was of opinion that the lockdown shouldn't be implemented the way it was in Delta State. He said you need to sensitize these people, let them know exactly why they are staying at home, let them know the danger of being exposed, let them know the danger of walking around the streets and living their normal lives, rather than just use soldiers all over the place. And he was saying something about Iboma and this one, that one, I go to bring with the other side come Nigeria. So
a lot of people don't actually know why they're at home. Some people just feel like, okay, we are at home now, you say coronavirus. Like, a lot of people will give you so many analyses, and then you start looking at
coronavirus actually is.
Yeah, and what they feel about it and how they feel like it is not right for them to just not go out and all those kind of things. A lot of people are having a lot of issues understanding what the curfew is all about. And some, to be frank, do our officials, like security agencies, really even know what curfew is? You know, the other day I told you of somebody who they just arrested because there was the person called actually on a sister station and said that he was almost arrested before one of them actually saved him and said guy no be waiting they mean be this, let the guy just go before the guy actually left. Do they even understand the terms of these things, or do they just take up actions just like that?
Okay. Well, lots of questions being asked by different persons. We said, lots of people are asking lots of questions, but it brings us to the issue of sensitization. We need more sensitization, and not just for the populace, not just for the people. Going into communities, it's not about just sharing hand sanitizers to them, wash your hands, stay clean. Tell them exactly why they are staying at home, exactly why they should avoid contact with people. And we also need sensitization to our security agencies. They should understand how to be professional in the discharge of their duties. It is not the fault of the people that somehow the issue of COVID-19 came into the country. I think federal government should be responsible for that, because if measures has been put in place, and most of the cases we had were people coming into the country, and somehow it's spreading around. So whose fault? We would hold a government responsible for that. But it's not the fault of the people that COVID-19 is in the country, and it's not their fault that most of them don't even know why COVID-19 is here. So for security personnel that are going about discharging their duties, I think they should be sensitized. I don't know how they want to do it, but they should explain what a lockdown is, what curfew is, and what you are to do to people. And then I also,
with all professionalism.
Exactly.
You know?
I also ask the people being arrested, where exactly are they being taken to? Because the same prison we're trying to decongest is the same prison you're taking them to. And I heard some persons alleging that when they arrest some persons, they just pack all of them into their vehicle, and we're practicing social distancing.
Yeah, yesterday,
so where is the social distancing?
There was a news yesterday that said that the prisons are congested right now. And then we still saw another news that some people were actually arrested on the basics of the curfew, because the governor actually said it was just a curfew. And then later we heard that
it was 24 hours
lockdown, that kind of thing. And some people didn't know. Some people felt it was dusk to dawn, like 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., that kind of thing. And people went about doing their things later and they got arrested, that kind of thing. So an activist, I think, actually talked about this yesterday and said it was going to
those that were arrested.
Yeah, that they should actually get these people released. And then there was also a news that said that the prisons are congested right now. So if the prisons are actually congested, and Coco actually gave a description of how the prisons are. He actually said he's been there, and he gave some examples. He said some words. He said something corner, and he said, like, a lot of people, like he said, like this studio right now, he said like 80 persons can be sleeping inside this studio right now.
Tell me about
it.
it.
And he said they will lie down one after the other, like beside each other. They will arrange them like, as the parks are doing inside this, that they will arrange them like that inside. And the like high-class prisoners are the ones that can afford cartons to sleep on the floor.
Yeah, that's the old inmates. Those ones there, and then they tell you,
the prison. Those ones are the ones that can afford
that is not a place you want to visit, trust me.
And we're practicing social distancing, So, like, how would these people distance themselves from other people?
There was a report when they said that in the cells, correctional facilities, I think here in River State, for those that showing not exactly, they've not confirmed any case of COVID-19, but for those that are coughing, having high fever, they actually put them, isolate them from others just to confirm and make sure that they are not down with COVID-19. But no case has been confirmed though from any of our correctional centers.
What about congesting the prisons and actually letting go of menial offenses?
I can't speak on their behalf. We'll have to talk with Nnamdi Omoni on that. And hopefully if we're you able to reach out to him tonight? We'll speak with him regards that. But if or not, you would have to hear from them. But I would want to believe that people with trivial menial cases have been set free, bailable cases have been set free, because that's the instruction. People with bailable cases should be allowed a bail and sent home to the congested prisons. But I wonder what someone that is going along the road went to buy Gary. I wonder what you charge her for, because they said dogs to John and you arrested
you just picked
her
up the person and arrested the person.
Okay. Our heart also goes out to the family of Mr. Joseph that was killed in Delta State. It's really unfortunate that we still have some trigger-happy security personnel. And I just hope the Delta State government would look into this particular situation and make sure that whoever is responsible would be brought to book regards the death of Joseph in Delta State. Now, away from that, still speaking on the issue of security, well, now we're looking at security in Nigeria as a whole, and we want to compare, as at last year.
Yeah.
There were lots of talk about insecurity in the country, and some persons were insisting that there should be a call for emergency, state of emergency in the country regards insecurity. And it's not just, we also had similar cases here in River State where people kept clamoring that the rate of insecurity is really high and the rest of it. And we saw the River State government try to put some things in place. Operation Sting came up, local vigilantes came up, and still it took a while. It actually took a long while for its
to die down.
Yeah, for the issue of insecurity to actually reduce, brought to its barest minima, like what we're seeing today.
Yeah.
But then I spoke about, I heard someone say something regards this, and then I spoke about it with some persons just to get their thoughts, and that's why I'm bringing it up on Area Talk tonight, so we get your thoughts as well. What do you think regards comparing, COVID-19? There was a report of thousands of persons that died due to insecurity in 2000. I don't have the exact statistic, but it was quite a number of it due to insecurity between 2019 and early 2020. And like I said, I don't have the exact statistic, so I wouldn't be calling any figure, but it was on high rates. And now we have how many confirmed cases of COVID-19 in Nigeria? We have about 150 something.
Yeah.
And 2 deaths so far.
Yes, just 2 deaths.
And you see how how drastic measures are being put in place to tackle this issue of COVID-19. The federal government are doing their own share of the deal, and River State government is also doing their part. But now it brings me to the question. COVID-19 has been compared to civil war. Yeah, World War rather. World War III, because the number of deaths it's like a state of emergency has been called on certain things in different countries. There's this country that they gave ultimate power to their prime minister. He can do whatever, he can call the shots. Let me leave that one aside. That's a foreign story though. But back here in Nigeria, we've seen the drastic measures being put in place by different state governments. There's even this governor that said, if you see someone outside the streets, not in their house, you can shoot. One of the eastern states here.
State.
Yeah, but in River State, you've seen the measures being put in place by the River State government, and he even went as far as suspending a local government chairman because he says that he didn't instill that the regulations being given, they didn't make sure that everybody were indoors, the lockdown rule. Now, it just goes a long way to see how much effort and how much of measures are being put in place to curb this spread of COVID-19. And like I said, it's been compared to a war. And now we want to look at it with the rate of insecurity back then. If as much effort was being put into the case of insecurity in Nigeria as a whole, and in some south states, you see how we have soldiers everywhere. The other 90 were going home. And we were stopped by, as much as we showed our ID cards, although it was just little back and forth, but we're delayed there a little bit. But they allowed us go through because we had our ID cards. But you see how security personnel are at every nook and cranny. Police officers at every corner. They patrol 247. You see their vehicles going through and fro, but just to make sure people stay in their house.
Yeah, a friend actually even just told me today that he was going around, like he was in town, and then anywhere he turns to, he actually see the vans.
You see security personnel all over the place. You see how strict the River State government, governor is about the fact of staying at home, especially this Obriukwere and NTA Road here and towards Ajib. All these places that are on lockdown. Meanwhile, we know some other places. There are reports that as much as everybody has been urged to stay at home, some people are still living their normal life. But let's look at how strict. Let's look at how strict the River State government is regards the stay at home and the lockdown in some parts of River State for people to stay at home. If such efforts and if such measures were being put in place when we had challenges with security both in Nigeria as a whole and in River State, don't you think that the issue of insecurity, the issue of cult clash and so many things we have been seeing so far, I know it's been brought down, it's at its minimal right now, but if the same efforts and if the same measure is being put in place, don't you think that we should have we can actually, every part of River State, we can actually be sleeping with our two eyes closed and without wondering what will happen the next minute. I'm not saying it's not happening now, but at least the insecurity will be like a thing long gone in River State. Now, it makes you wonder if some persons wonder if both federal and state governments really took the issue of security in the country and in let's look at the South now and the South serious, because if drastic measures can be put in place like this to curb issue of COVID-19 and its spread, why didn't we see more drastic and very stringent measures being put in place to fight insecurity back then?
Yeah, considering all you just said, right? I think the other night when the security agencies actually stopped us, I think we talked about it. I think that was when this whole thing first of all came up, the whole idea of this thing. And I felt like, okay, if truly as the way you said it, if truly these measures were put in place back then, way back when, everywhere was where everywhere was hot, where insecurity was like the top thing of the day, was everywhere. The news every day was about how some people got killed and all those kind of things. If they actually took these things actually seriously and they put in measures like this, I think insecurity would have died down completely. Well, we'll be whole of Nigeria.
In Nigeria as a whole. We'll be right back. We're going on a short commercial. Do stay tuned. As soon as we get back, we'll head up to the phone lines.
Hey, no be by mouth, no be by talk. You feel say you sabi cook. Oh yeah, Nigerian noodles ultimate don't land for with the mouth. Oh yeah, carry your pot, carry your spoon. Time don't reach as 28 housemates go waka on top this competition for the person wey go win this Obonge cooking competition. You still the waka. Oh yeah, throw leg run. Visit www.noodlescookingquest.com
or make to pay into GT Bank account 0130765340. The account name now Media Corp. To collect your admission form, you go carry your bank teller go Today FM, where they Today FM Drive, off East West Road, before UPT 8, Port Harcourt, River State. Admission form na 2,500 naira. Chicken it.
Remember, say you fit stand chance to win better prizes. Third prize 300,000 naira. Second prize 500,000 naira. First prize 1 million naira. With 1 year ambassador brand of 25 million naira. No be here. Don't forget, say other gun body prizes. Day. Date now, June to August 2020. Auditions go hold for Uyo, Calabar, Port Harcourt, Lagos, Edo, Delta, Anambra, Abuja, Kaduna, Katsina, Benue, Oyo, Ekiti, Imo, and Enugu State. For more information,
green us for 08038943712
or 0818-389-2850.
Our people they talk say better soup, now money killer. But me they talk say better thing, now Indomie killer.
Proudly sponsored by Indomie Noodles
and our official media partner now. Today FM 95.1 Port Harcourt.
8. Play and win.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, welcome back from that short commercial. You're still on your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM. The lines are up now, and they are 0817 0000951 or 0810-951-0951. Let's hear from you what you think about the issue of insecurity then, and the stringent measures being put in place now to curb the issue of COVID-19, and most importantly, your eyewitness report. In your community, what's the stay-at-home thing like? How is it going? People just going about. I heard in some parts of Obibo, but I'd love you to confirm if you're around Obibo. Some persons are still living their normal lives there, and nobody cares so much about the stay at home and social distancing thing over there. Please confirm if that's actually the situation of things.
Even in town, I heard that the my one side and Lagos side, like it's almost like
nothing is happening. Everybody are going about
like
their normal
people are
activities.
going their normal activities. Shops are open, even though markets are not open, but a lot of shops are open. People are going up and down. Like you actually feel like nothing is wrong. Unlike around here where there are no much cars and all those, I heard that there are cars passing and all those, and I felt like, what's happening? Are we not in the same river state? Because around here, it feels like, okay, like you would actually know that something is going on. But then the way somebody told me about that area reports that that area is actually looking like nothing is going on. People are just going their normal activities, moving together.
Well, I still feel it brings you back to the issue of sensitization, because some persons still don't know what exactly they are getting themselves into by still working in clusters or being in a crowded environment. It's really unfortunate, but I think more work needs to be done regarding that issue of sensitizing people. But let's hear from you. Sorry, I missed all that call. For text message and WhatsApp messages, sent to the number 0701-933-9962. Good evening. Welcome to Air Talk.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Welcome back. Good evening.
Good evening to you.
Yes, my name is George. George, calling from Samoa, local government.
You're welcome, George. Go ahead.
You know, this thing that is happening in Rivers State here, this COVID-19, the behavior of these security agencies, sometimes I'm just laughing. You know I'm laughing. Sometimes I wonder if they are really paying these people with our taxpayers' money. You know, the level of training of police, that is just where I'm concerned. I think the police people, they should try to retrain them back. Let them retrain people, let them give them proper orientation and training. That should be one of the IGP should be concerned on that. Why I'm saying this thing, because Nigerians are suffering with the things that the Nigerian man cannot go out again. In Rivers State cannot go out again. Police who are supposed to protect life and property, they are even intimidating citizens. The governor gave direction that no bus, no motor should enter into Rivers State. Why are they doing this thing? They are taking money from police. What is really happening? Sometimes I keep on wondering what is police doing about. That you are there for you to secure life and property. A situation where you are supposed to even take it advantage. City for Rivers State government, city for Nigeria as a whole. You are there intimidating, violating people's rights. Violating people's rights. Is that what you are going to do as a citizen? If it turns back, they will put it in the citizens. If it turns good, they will be the one to enjoy. Why are they not acting according to the IGP, the Inspector General instruction? So look, please, I'm pleading with Nigerian police force. I am pleading with them. Nigerians are not animals. So you can just plug anyhow and do things anyhow. Why is it that when governor is making a speech, they don't listen to the radios and see how the man is making a speech? Then they will come on the citizen and put all the blame on citizens. So that is my concern. Please let me just give my area report.
All right.
My area report is that, please, where I'm coming from now, I'm from Roman community, where I'm coming from now. Police, no, even the government to come and give the people information. They say the water must be running water. That is not what they said. People who doesn't have water, how will they wash their hands properly? And they say we should try to abide by the safety measure they are giving to us. So I'm not thinking, what if this spread of COVID-19 get to the community level? How will people in my community manage for them to survive this thing? Please, I am calling with the River State government that since you have instructed all the local government chairman and the councillors to go back to their work, you have not seen enough. You have not seen anyone in my place. You have not seen anyone in my place implementing those orders, implementing those your policy you said. Please. No, this thing I've not gotten to.
Your place is where again?
Romewo community.
So you're saying you guys don't have good water?
That is what I'm saying. We don't have water. There's no water. Why will people wash their hands again? See, sometimes the government policy is contradicting in nature. In the sense that why I say it's contradicting. Do you allow? Okay, what are people like Ola Rumodugo? There's a place called Rumodugo too. Go to that place. If there is water, if there is light in that community, go and see. The people are even taking water from the stream, drinking. So how are they going to observe this safety measure they are talking about? Please, they should do something about this rural community. Because we are from rural community, River State is also benefiting from us. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Speaking on the issue of local government, there's a report from Anambra, although it's not part of the South, but there's a report where a local government chairman was allegedly killed over land. Local government councillor was allegedly killed over a land dispute.
Yeah, and this one says that his name is Chukwebuka Ikeji, and he has been allegedly killed over a land dispute. As a consequence, Irate youths in the area mobilized and set the house of his alleged killer, Emmanuel Ukandu, ablaze, and they also tortured Ukandu's boss, which he allegedly used to murder the victim. The incident happened in Umuchuku in the Orumba South local government area of the state. It was gathered that Ukandu, who had a misunderstanding with the deceased over a land matter, allegedly targeted him at the village square and crushed him despite warnings by his motorboy of the impending danger. The public relations officer of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps in the state, Edwin Okadigbo, also confirmed the incident to our correspondent. He said that the Orumba South Divisional Office of the NSCDC was alerted to the incident on Wednesday, and Okadigbo stated that preliminary investigation revealed that the suspect, who had been laying claim to communal land, had been angry with all the people who had prevented him from having his way. In the process, he killed the victim, who was the councillor representing Umuchuku in the Orumba South local government area, even when the motorboy who was with him in the bus was shouting at him not to eat the man.
All right, so that's actually what happened. Really unfortunate, though. I wonder why people still have. Well,
I missed all these things going on all around the world, all around Nigeria.
COVID-19, people are still fighting for land.
People are still fighting for land. It's killing somebody. Like yesterday, I brought the news yesterday too. I saw a news, and then a particular lady killed her boyfriend. Yeah, she killed her boyfriend over a dispute too. Just yesterday, when everybody is trying to save themselves to quarantine and be at home and stay safe and all that, people are still killing themselves. It's appalling.
Really unfortunate. But still regards the COVID-19 issue, COVID-19 saga, in Delta State, there's been allegation that, of course, borders have been closed, but there's been allegations that some security personnel are extorting people at this different border. So the Director General, according to the Punch, Young Nigeria Rights Organization, Victor Oj, he has petitioned the Inspector General of Police, Muhammad Adamu, over the continued extortion, corruption, and illegal detention of Nigerians by the IGPX squad in Delta State. He alleged that the IG squad in Asaba recently demanded 10 million naira and then later settled for 500,000 naira from a Poland-based Nigerian. Your attention, I quote in their words now, your attention is needed to the recent abuse of office by some police officers in Delta State. We have received a lot of reports from various parts of the state, and in the course of our intervention, we found out that the operatives of the IGPX squad are only to extort innocent citizens They told us that the Commissioner of Police Delta State, Hafiz Inua, has no power to instruct them because they are operating under the IGP. Asaba and other parts of the state, there have been violations and abuse of people's rights. As we speak now, you cannot single out SARS officers from the general extortion group going on. They collect as much as 100,000 naira from citizens. These acts go against the administration of the Criminal Justice Act. These police officers now indulge in massive extortion. The Criminal Justice Act outlawed. A young man who based at the Poland for 13 years came to Nigeria and was accosted by the IGPX squad at Koka Ibuzo Road. That's Koka Ibuzo Road. They took him to the Ibuzo police station along the express of Asaba Ogwashuku and demanded that the man should transfer 10 million naira to them. Eventually, we were contacted and we waded into the matter. We made a call to the Commissioner of Police, Inua, and he advised us to go to the station and call him, which we did. That was what saved us. But they now reduced it to 500,000 naira as bail bond. Really unfortunate what's happening with our security agencies. 95.1 FM. Good evening. Good evening to you. Welcome.
Sorry,
okay. We can hear you clearly.
I'm Chima calling from Evergreen, Amoha local government.
All right, welcome to Airtel. Go ahead.
I sincerely thank the governor of the
We didn't get that either.
I say I sincerely thank the governor of Rivers State.
Okay.
For preventive measures that she has taken.
Okay.
So, please, I want to advise the security team to adhere to what the governor said, not to be doing their own consultation, their own. The governor said something, excluding shops. That shops should be open. Now they are closing shops. And even at Rumuji, they came even with the local government chairman, closing shops. Closing shops, not even market. Closing shops. I don't know if that is what the governor told them to do. Please, let them be cautioned not to be closing shops. Shops are not included in what...
Well, you see, that's the thing, because I don't think there was any explicit statements regarding whether shops should be open or not. He didn't say anything about that, but we know they said they were going to make makeshift markets for people. They were considering that, so people can always go there to purchase things. But that issue of shop is where we're not certain if he didn't say he didn't make any explicit statement on that one.
Even up to the extent, somebody came all the way from my place to buy something in Rumuji. Somebody came all the way from my place to buy something in Rumuji. I was surprised to hear when they came from my place to buy yam, some sort of yam. Yeah. So please, let them know how to handle this issue. Let the poor masses not die because of hunger, not even COVID-19.
All right.
We don't want to die of hunger. Like COVID-19, if COVID-19 cannot be able to kill us, I don't think hunger can kill us.
Okay.
So my area talk, I want to say about my area talk.
Go ahead.
Right. My area talk is about our road. The rain is coming again. So let the governor remember Evercool. Let him remember Evercool community for better. Not when election time will come now, they will be coming to Evercool community, promising us every head. We don't want to hear those promises again. I'm sincerely speaking. If anybody should come to Evercool community to campaign for anything, we pursue that person. Because the ones that we have been seeing, since the creation of Evercool community, I don't think Evercool community is even a map of Rivers State. So please, I want the governor to remember Evercool community.
All right.
Thank you and God bless.
All right. Thank you so much for calling in. Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening. This is Mr. Joe.
All right, Joe. Good to hear from you.
Calling from Joe, NT Road. The point is that you have been mentioning if security outfit, maybe we're supposed to sitting at home and every other thing. Whether previous time we have been stopped before now.
Oh no, that was not the point. The point we were talking of was if the same stringent measures that are being put in place to curb the spread of COVID-19 was put in place back then when we had security challenge.
It wouldn't have been stopped. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, really?
Because one is in this river state, police are the mastermind of crime. So that one is set aside. Now, we have created avenues for them to make money. Despite the social stay away or something they target.
Social distancing.
They maintain social distance. Police is still carrying people to the station. I'm telling you, because of I'm calling from Zug right now. Like somewhere like the government has made order to close market. No matter how small. How small of market it means maybe if you're having maybe Mbuaba market, you're having a Uzoba market, my three markets are the bigger ones, my one market are the bigger ones. Shops are not included. Because why I told you that shops are not if shops are included, it would have been started with Market Square at Ada George. They have no less than 20 customers at a go. We have started with Star. We have started with Timeless at NT Road. So why would police be disturbing people at Job? Likewise, just Ilabuchi Aziz. That's like those people that sell musical instruments, guitar, keyboard. Often they will become there and they carry people. And these people did not open store. Some of them will be outside their stores, maintaining law and order. So police keep invading that area at the Job. You know? So this kind of thing of police shop, if Market Square Star will open, no matter whatever that happens, in Labushi, somebody that has a shop at the Labushi can open and attend to one customer.
Okay, well, I really get where you're coming from, but I think federal government has said something regards that whatever supermarkets or I don't know if they said store, but I know they said something about supermarkets. If they have to be opened, or pharmacies, if they have to be opened, they can be opened from 10 to from 10 to 4 p.m., 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And while they're being opened, there should be some sort of regulation to the number of persons that come into the store. I think about a third or fourth of their store capacity, how many persons can be there at a particular point in time. And there should be measures, temperature should be checked before anybody steps into the store or the supermarket. And if your temperature is above 38 or 39, I can't recall the exact figure, they shouldn't be allowed and inside the supermarkets, and they should be referred to a hospital or something so they can go get checked up. But that's from the federal government. But we haven't. But like we said the other time, there was no explicit statement regards shops in River State. But there's been lots and lots of reports of people saying that some of this agency, both police and some other persons from both local and state governments are closing down people's shop in different parts of the state. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening, Ibushi.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Everest. I'm calling from Cuba.
Everest, good to have you. Go ahead.
Yes, I want to advise my fellow people who is selling in River State not to shop their shop. Everybody should close their shop, whether it was included in the governor's speech or not. Because when they catch you, imagine the one he said door-to-door curfew. And the thing, those people did not know. The confusion was from the governor. You hear say they get those food today. The 50 of them has been convicted and to pay 10,000 naira fine. So I want, yes.
Okay.
So, yes, I want to advise everybody that there are some conspiracy between the government or the governor and the police concerning this issue. We should be aware that there is no truth, there is no sincerity, there is no law in the River State any longer covering we, the masses. So we should be careful in our own. It's only God that come and save us. Because even Zone 6 that cover River State, they are not working, they are not protecting us at all. So let everybody in Rivers and be careful. Mostly we who own store. We should not mind whether governor said it or not. Because the one he did not say and he said, he still be convicted. Nobody will help us. Nobody's helping us. So I'm warning every of my people, let us be careful. Wait, not be safe because I'm right or governor did not say. I beg. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for calling in.
Yeah, we have some messages right here.
Okay, we'll take this call. We'll take the messages right after this call. At 5.1 FM.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you.
This is Oye calling from Ikoko.
All right, you're welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sometimes I wonder if this social distance is important. My reason is that if it's important to, as a part of it, the state government, why are they still arresting people, compounding their problem, and then taking them to detention when other countries like Egypt, Ethiopia, Algeria, they are freeing the prisoners because of the coronavirus? Now you see people here, the government indirectly, then or directly, then arresting people now, taking them to the prison.
So for people that flout rules and regulations, what do you think should be done to them if they are not being taken?
Yes, the best thing is that police, even to flog them wherever you see them. Because I remember what happened we are about Mugabe, yes, Zimbabwe. As last 1 week ago, they even went to church. They used hot water and some other things to kind of flog the people, even in the church premises. I have never seen we have people in other countries. Now that these are, I'm packing them to when you are not converting for social distance. At the same time, you are packing them and take money from them. So it's unfair. And the second issue, so I want that to baffle me that about this 9 people discharged from MD Nigerian Center for Disease Control. Am I correct? Okay. I don't really know when we are, maybe the information is that there has not been vaccine and no treatment. But Lagos, they are very fast to decide
Sorry, vaccine for COVID-19? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
No, there's no vaccine yet.
I know, but why Lagos? They have been very fast, maybe treating and discharging my person as regards COVID-19. That's why the point I'm making. And while Abakari, the chief of staff, is still at Cuba, seeking selective doctor treatment. Why not come to Lagos? So that they can start doing it soon.
Where you get these reports from now, Oga? Oga.
You'd be surprised how much analysis people have on these things. The other day I was talking with some people, like we were inside the car, and then they were talking about this coronavirus thing, and they were like, no, this is a political disease. Like it's for the politicians.
Someone called in yesterday and said it's corruption. 95.1 FM.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening to you.
Yeah, I'm Solution calling from Rumolumini.
We're listening. Go ahead.
Okay, yes. What actually happened to me today? When I went to speak to a friend from D-Line, and the friend is going to James College in Duke. So I put the Olobasanjo Road, straight off Olobasanjo Road. From Olobasanjo, you enter Ikuku. From Ikuku to, there's one street to Honda. You will not even get to Ikore Road where they are serving coffee. You understand? Before I could get to that Ikuku Bank, by that Honda, I now saw people running. I tried to reverse. So at my back, there is an ambulance at my back. So I cannot hit the ambulance. I have to come down from my motor. Even the guest that was inside my motor, everybody ran away. Even the motor in my front set, everybody put their motor and ran away. I was like, I stood by and I was watching. I saw 3 armed army, not even police, army, chasing people. Everybody was running a basket. You understand? All of a sudden, we now saw their motor. You understand? Coming from that Ikoku to that Ikoku bank. You understand? Okay. And they went on their motor, Operation Sink, Army. Operation Sink. You understand? So I was like, Ikoku, all the shop from Ikoku Junction to Olobasanjo, no one shop open. Everywhere was shut down. You understand? But the information given by the Commission of Information is different. When they say another thing, they will say another thing. Okay, for instance now, the police IG said give instruction to their men. Don't arrest anybody again unless the person committed a non-bailable crime like kidnapping, terrorism, and so forth. But all these bailable charges like this coffee, governor said the fault is from the governor, and you now arrested them again. And you're charging them back all of the 200 people in one bus. Can you imagine? How, in fact, can you see the conviction and the instruction given by the IG? Don't arrest. And the police are still disobeying the instruction from the IG, and they are still arresting people, still detaining people. So who are we to blame? Or who are we to exonerate for this kind of a case? You understand? So the Commission of Information has said shops should open. That they could recover from education to IG junction.
Let me ask you this question. If like you are saying, they shouldn't arrest. If they don't arrest, for those that flout orders and rules, what do you do to them?
You want them after maybe just arrest them, take them somewhere, and when they say next time, if you do this thing again, I'll arrest you because.
And they do it next time. What would you do?
I don't think they will.
It don't sound as if you are not in Nigeria now.
If you want the first, and the person contravene again, and that one you now have right to arrest because you have won the person before. But this one you didn't want. Okay, the people now they arrested. They didn't arrest them on the time of the curfew from that 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. They arrested them in the daytime. That's why they had that the curfew. You see me? Okay, just imagine. Okay, what about the instruction that the IG gave? That they should, the fact that they should free people from now. They should try to evacuate people from police cells now. And they are this COVID-19 have made so many policemen millionaires. I'm telling you, some are getting money from Bandre now. Some are using the opportunity. The policemen will be praying so that this COVID-19 will not go. So that we use the opportunity and be making millions of
all right. Thank you so much Thank you very much for your report. Let's take the messages now.
Okay, so this person says that sincerely, the way Governor Wike is going about this corona issue, I am praying that I should get it, and I will never let anybody know about it. I will first go to the nearest police station and infect as many as possible, and also visit Wike's task force people.
That's really unfortunate.
I don't know how you can think about this very vile and wicked thing right now. Instead of you to go to the hospital and get checked up or something and get treated, you're going to go about infecting other people. And this person is actually trying to confirm the number of coronavirus cases we have. And the person is saying we have close to 174 right now. And I've been trying to confirm it, but then we'll still confirm. And this message is really juggled up. I can't really get it. This person said, good evening. If you see what is going on in my area, please, you go say, wait, why anything we person do today? God, they watch. He's basically saying God is watching whatever people are doing. And he says his name is Honorable Bina. And
okay.
This one says, okay, I think that's all. The other ones are like things we can really read out here.
I wonder what they are. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
My name is Emmanuel from Port Harcourt.
Emmanuel, you should turn off your listening device.
I've been trying to listen.
Emmanuel, turn off your listening device, please. Turn it off. Your radio. We're good?
Okay. I'm hearing you now.
Okay, go ahead.
Actually, I'm not really happy about what is happening in Port Harcourt generally. And people are complaining here and there from various portals. Maybe people are complaining from people are complaining here and there, and the attitude of the police, the security men to the Nigerian, I don't know. You people should try as much as to help us. Try as much as to help us. People are suffering. People are really passing through hell. I'm telling you, instead of police to help us, our security agencies to help us, they are doing worse. I'm telling you, because there are some people who don't have this 1 naira, 5 naira, 1,000 naira to manage with their family. And again, police will just, please, can you tell me why they are arresting people? Can they help us and tell us why they are arresting people who are trying to manage with their family?
Because the people will not listen and stay at home.
Well, how can they stay at home for God's sake? But see, I'm telling you, you people should also try to help us. You say you people are somebody contravene, which law do you contravene that you will arrest people and then they are collecting 15,000, 20,000, this and this and this, and they are allowing people to pass at Imo River to go to about in the midnight. Police are collecting this money. What are you talking about? I help us to address this issue.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Well, I really feel your pain, and we have a message.
Yeah, here's a message right here. And the person said, Police IG last week ordered police nationwide that there should be no unnecessary arrests this time.
True.
Please tell IGP that River State Police Command is flagrantly disobeying these orders and are arresting people unnecessarily in dozens and jamming them in cells because of dusk to dawn confusion in River State. No social distancing in River State police stations. Corona year we come in River State. That was what the person
We did not
said.
come together.
We did not come. We don't want Corona.
Okay, we lost this one. Let's see if we can take one more call before we wrap up the program. Do I have more messages?
Yeah, this person says that Wiki is taking this coronavirus issue too much. Today I went to buy.
How do you expect him to take it?
He said today I went to buy something to eat and I was flogged by an army. And this person said, please tell our Oda East Council chairman not to be closing people's shop with his task force men. That is not what Governor Wiki said. Okay.
We still have more.
This person is accusing the governor of ordering like a military administrator, and he says at Oyigbo local government area, the chairman lead groups destroying people's goods in the shops after shutting markets. Police are also busy arresting people crossing rivers with cables. From Stan. That's what we have right here.
Okay, I think with that we'll come to the end of the program. Thank you so much for sending in your messages. We can understand the fact that for that person that said Wike is overdoing things, I don't know how you want him to do it, but I also think that security personnel should be sensitized on what exactly their duties are and what exactly it is they should be doing and how to go about the discharge of their duties in this era. And the issue of arresting people, congesting them in one cell, I don't know how we are practicing the social distancing.
And I don't know how okay flogging people are or is, because I've seen a lot of videos in Nigeria, outside Nigeria.
Would you rather
people
the shooting that happened
flogged.
in Delta State?
No, not the shooting, but then people are being flogged. Like I actually saw one. The soldier was flogging him. Like there were 3 of them, but then the soldier was concentrating on him and flogging him to do the frog job that he
I
told them
also
to do.
heard that
and then the guy retaliated by like slapping the soldier. The soldier chased him, and I heard that they caught him, and I'm sure he's going to get the beating of his life.
I heard some ladies were asked to lay down in water because they were going somewhere. Like I said, it's really unfortunate, but our security agency, both pre-COVID-19 era, COVID-19 era, and post-COVID-19 era, they need lots of sensitization, a whole lot, when it comes to discharging their duties. But then when you look at it, some of us will not agree on year old.
Yeah, some people actually deserves it, but then
I don't think. I feel, there should be proper communication, proper sensitization, both for the people and security agencies. And until that is achieved, we'll keep having issues like this all over the place. And the issue of them collecting 15,000, I think, who can spare even 5,000 naira this period? Let's see how it goes. We'll be back here on Monday. We hope to speak with Nnamdi Omoni before Monday or during the program. But up until then, we love you. Stay safe, stay happy, obey rules and regulation, and stay clean. It's been Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM. She is
Buluwatife
and I am Buchira Fwa. Good evening.
has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered on air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kuku Greg. President Muhammadu Buhari has directed the Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, to pay March salaries following the restriction of movement in Lagos, Ogun and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. President Buhari gave the directive during his meeting with the COVID-19 Impact Assessment Committee held to review the effect of the outbreak on the economy. He urged the ministry to ensure the critical infrastructures are protected as much as possible. The Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, while briefing State House correspondents on the outcome of the meeting in Abuja, said the president further directed that measures be put in place to protect the poor during this lockdown. Meanwhile, the Lagos state government has announced the recovery of 11 more people from the coronavirus who have now been discharged from the Yaba Treatment Center. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu made the announcement in a series of tweets via his official Twitter handle. Governor Sanwo-Olu revealed that the persons, 2 females and 9 males, have fully recovered and have tested negative for COVID-19 weeks after they tested positive for the disease. While thanking frontline health workers and other experts for their service in the bid to curtail the spread of the disease, the Lagos State Governor decried the community infections that have begun to surface, stressing that it was not the time to relax but keep vigilant. Meanwhile, international rights group Amnesty International has called on the federal government to take immediate actions to prevent the spread of coronavirus in correctional and detention centers across the country. Amnesty International in a statement said congestion in Nigerian prisons is staggering and a threat to the lives of prisoners, especially at this time that requires social distancing to prevent the rapid spread of the disease. The rights group, in a statement signed by the director of Amnesty International Nigeria, Osai Ojigo, said inmates and detainees at police and military facilities across the country were at risk of contracting the coronavirus disease as they are held in overcrowded and unhygienic conditions that can even be more deadly in the hot weather. Ojigo asked the authorities to urgently adopt a strategy for the protection of the rights of people deprived of their liberty, including addressing overcrowding in prisons by releasing unconditionally prisoners of conscience, older people, and those with underlying medical conditions. In the meantime, over 200 persons have been arraigned before a magistrate court sitting in Port Harcourt over violation of the directive of the state government on 24-hour restriction of movement in some parts of the state. The suspects, who were arrested by police in different parts of the affected areas, were arraigned on a 3-count charge of conspiracy, disobedient to governor's directive, and street trading, which is said to have caused a breach of public peace. 3 magistrates who presided over the cases including Senior Rita Ogugwo, Chief Magistrate D.D. Ihua Madweni, and Senior Magistrate V.E. Nweke in their various courtrooms granted bail to all the suspects. A correspondent Uchendu Ejowo reports that those who pleaded guilty were granted bail to the tune of 10,000 naira fine, while those who pleaded not guilty were granted bail for the sum of 100,000 naira with two shorties whose addresses must be verified by the prosecutors. The magistrate subsequently adjourned till the 6th of April for definite hearing. Members of the Rivers State Executive Council have donated their April salaries to support the state government's fight against coronavirus. Secretary to the government of the state, Tammy Danagogo, disclosed in a statement issued by the Commissioner for Information and Communications, Paulinus Nsirim. The donation comes 24 hours after members of the Rivers State House of Assembly made a similar donation to the state government for the fight against COVID-19. And efforts are already being made to cushion the effect of the sit-at-home order of the Rivers State government over the coronavirus pandemic in the state. To this end, the Rivers Local Enterprise Development Initiative, RIVLED, has flagged off the distribution of a stimulus package for indigents across the state. President and Chief Executive Officer of RIVLED, Lelonu Nwebubusa, who led other members of the group on the distribution of the package, said the beneficiaries who were carefully selected are extremely poor people in the society.
What is enhancing and helping us to do this is that we have a robust structure and system that can help us identify these people and distribute to them. We have a state structure and we also have project officers at the local government level, and at the ward levels, we have what we call the LEDICOM, Local Enterprise Development Implementation Committee. They are the ones that have done the work of identifying beneficiaries based on our criteria. And of course, in all the places we have been to, you can see that this is not political. The people that we are giving these things to are the people that actually need. Well, my advice to Rivers people is, one, nobody should lose hope. Nobody should lose faith. History has it that there's always been pandemic and people overcome. But in this time, this very disease comes through contact. If people stop moving, the virus stops moving. And that's why there is lockdown. People should obey government directive by staying at home.
On his part, President of the Port Harcourt Chamber of Commerce and Chairman of the Organized Private Sector in Rivers State, Nabil Saleh, told newsmen that the aim of the gesture is to feed 23,000 families across all the local government areas in the state.
Their own charity foundation is pushing. They are separating 1,000 food of package for every local government in River State. And today they start from Ward 8 in River State, Falga. And they need to reach 23 local government. The total, it will be 23,000 family. They need to feed 23,000 family in River State.
A correspondent reports that aged women, widows, and people living with disabilities are some of the beneficiaries of the package that started in Port Harcourt. And on the foreign scene, Greece has put a migrant camp under quarantine after 20 asylum seekers there tested positive for coronavirus. Officials began testing after a woman from the camp who gave birth in an Athens hospital was the first refugee in the country to test positive. The Ritona camp near Athens has a capacity of around 2,500 people and will be locked down for 14 days. Greece is a gateway for many migrants from Africa and the Middle East trying to get into Europe, but camps are often overcrowded, described by Greek officials as a ticking time bomb should there be outbreaks of coronavirus. And that's all we have for you on the news update at 8. Thank you for your time. Up next is The World Today. Please stay tuned.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Have you heard that coronavirus has been confirmed in Nigeria? My brother, don't panic. The Federal Ministry of Health and Nigeria Center for Disease Control have advised that everyone should do the following to stay safe. Wash your hands regularly with soap under running water. Use hand sanitizer if there is no water. Cover mouth with bent elbow or tissue when you cough or sneeze. Dispose the used tissue and wash your hands immediately. Avoid touching eyes, nose, mouth with unwashed hands. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects and surfaces such as door locks, tables, and chairs. Avoid close contact with sick persons or anybody coughing or sneezing.
Please, Mary, what are the symptoms of coronavirus?
Any person infected with coronavirus can have fever, cough, difficulty in breathing, and shortness of breath.
Don't panic. Coronavirus is preventable. If you have traveled to any country with reported local or community transmission, stay indoors and away from people for 14 days. If you develop any of the symptoms mentioned above, call the Nigeria Center for Disease Control NCDC toll-free line 0800-9700-0010. Share information about coronavirus only from verified sources like the Federal Ministry of Health, the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, and the World Health Organization WHO. This message is from the Nigeria Center for Disease Control NCDC, the Federal Ministry of Health, and partners.
With the dawn of the global pandemic, coronavirus, also known as COVID-19, we have been advised to self-isolate and observe social distancing rules. We at Today 95.1 FM want to tell you that while you self-isolate, it is important that you take this time out to get a skill, improve on your old and existing skills, read a book, listen to educational tapes, work out if you need to, bond with your family. Don't just spread fear and panic, self-isolate and grow. Make this time count for you. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Mama Bonbon, what happened? What be all this one?
My brother, I don't know.
Run for waiting. What did happen? Everybody just dey run. Everywhere scatter. What did happen?
That woman for junction. He say, her friend come tell her say, person tell her friend say, coronavirus don enter town. They keep people.
Which one be corona?
Corona. They keep people. Hey, Bombay. Where your sister? Wanna enter house? Oh! Lock that door. Fast. Lock am. Get you lock that window. Master's corona when you enter this house. Lock am.
Remember, there is no need to panic. Fear kills faster.
The coronavirus is an infectious disease caused by a newly discovered coronavirus. The best way to prevent and slow down transmission is to be well informed about the virus. Protect yourself and others from this infection. Wash your hands regularly with soap and water or clean them with alcohol-based sanitizer. Maintain at least 1 meter distance between you and people coughing or sneezing. Stay at home if you feel unwell. The virus spreads through droplets of saliva or discharge from the nose. It is important that you practice respiratory etiquette. At this point, there are no given vaccines or treatments for the coronavirus. The World Health Organization will continue to provide updates as soon as clinical findings become available. So stay informed. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Voice of the People, and it is time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. In our package tonight, Russia's president orders non-working month to curb coronavirus. Pelosi creates House committee to oversee economic bailout. Hospitals in Europe run out of ICU meds for COVID-19. US DNC postpones 2020 convention over coronavirus pandemic. A US president resists national shutdown. I am Coco Greg. And now the news in details. Somalia has entered a 3-day mourning period following the death of former Prime Minister Nur Hassan Hussein, who died in a London hospital after contracting coronavirus. The 83-year-old, who is popularly known as Nur Ade, was the East African country's Prime Minister from November 2007 to February 2009. Somali President Mohamed Abdullahi Farmajo, who declared 3 days of national mourning, lowering of the flag of the Federal Republic of Somalia to half-mast, had said it was in recognition of the efforts made by the deceased for the country and its people. Born in Mogadishu in 1937, when the southern part of the country was under Italian rule, Hussein was educated in the city before joining the police force when the country gained independence in 1960. After leaving the force, he worked for the Somali Red Crescent. He also served as the Horn of Africa country's ambassador in Italy. Kenya's President Uhuru Kenyatta has apologized to citizens over violence by the police following the enforcement of a nationwide curfew last week. The police have been accused of using heavy-handed tactics to enforce the dusk-to-dawn curfew since its introduction last Friday to mitigate the spread of the coronavirus pandemic, with tear gas, baton charges, and the alleged firing of live rounds. The police also ordered an investigation into the shooting of a 13-year-old boy who died in the capital, Nairobi, after being shot while standing on his balcony as police forced people into their homes. Sporadic clashes have also been reported in the western city of Kisumu and the port town of Mombasa, where officers chased and beat commuters and fired tear gas last week. The curfew is among measures that Kenya has taken to slow the spread of coronavirus. It has also closed borders and schools and encouraged people to stay at home and avoid gatherings. While a lockdown is yet to be imposed, Kenyatta said tighter restrictions had not been ruled out. Kenya has so far recorded 81 cases of coronavirus and 1 death. The coronavirus pandemic death toll in Spain has increased to over 10,000 as the country reported its highest number of deaths in a single day since the outbreak began, with the total rising by 950 to 10,003 among 110,238 infections. The world's hardest hit country recorded a total of 5,148 coronavirus deaths, according to data collected by Johns Hopkins University, which confirmed more than 216,000 cases of the disease. Globally, more than 962,000 have been diagnosed with the virus, and about 202,000 have recovered, while more than 49,000 people have died from the disease, which was first discovered in China late last year. And from Saudi Arabia, the country calls for emergency meeting of Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries OPEC and its allies led by Russia to balance oil markets. Saudi Arabia has called for an emergency meeting between the OPEC and its allies led by Russia in the face of mounting pressure from United States President Donald Trump to call a truce in an oil price war that has sent crude prices plummeting and engendered U.S. shale oil producers. Earlier today, U.S. President Donald Trump tweeted that he had spoken to Saudi Arabia's de facto leader, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and was hopeful that Riyadh and Moscow were working towards an agreement to cut production by up to 15 million barrels per day. Oil prices have plummeted some 70% since the start of the year as coronavirus containment measures got crude demand. That shock was exacerbated after the market alliance between Saudi Arabia and Russia collapsed in acrimony last month when Riyadh failed to convince Moscow to back deep oil output cuts. The resulting Saudi-initiated price war has seen the kingdom ramp up production, flooding markets already awash in crude. While both Saudi Arabia and Russia are taking a hit financially from the price war, higher-cost U.S. shale producers are the most vulnerable. Faced with the imminent collapse of U.S. shale oil firms, President Trump has been pressuring both the Saudis and the Russians to stabilize oil markets. Trump is reportedly planning to meet with U.S. energy executives tomorrow to discuss ways to help out the country's struggling shale oil and gas producers, including the possibility of imposing punitive trade measures on imports of Saudi crude. Saudi Arabia has imposed a 24-hour curfew on the holy cities of Mecca and Medina as part of efforts to curb the spread of coronavirus. The cities had already been under 15-hour curfews, and the stay-at-home order has now been extended around the clock. Residents are only allowed out to buy food and for medical necessity. The tightened restrictions come at a time of uncertainty over whether the Hajj, the annual pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, will go ahead in July and August. The event usually attracts more than 2 million Muslims from around the world. Saudi Arabia has the highest rate of coronavirus infections in the Gulf region, with 1,885 confirmed cases and 21 deaths from the disease so far. The World Health Organization has said more than 95% of those who have died of coronavirus in Europe have been over 60 years old. The UN Health Agency said 10% to 15% of people under 50 with the disease have moderate or severe cases. Dr. Hans Kluge said recent statistics show 30,098 people have been reported to have died in Europe, mostly in Italy, France, and Spain. Kluge said more than 80% of those who died had at least one other chronic underlying condition like cardiovascular disease, hypertension, or diabetes. 9 leading European university hospitals are warning they will run out of essential medicines needed for COVID-19 patients in intensive care in less than 2 weeks as they are increasingly crushed by the pandemic. European University Hospital Alliance said that without countries cooperating to ensure a steady supply of these drugs, doctors and nurses might no longer be able to provide adequate intensive care for people critically ill with the new coronavirus. In a statement published this week and sent to national governments, the group said that aside from the need for protective gear and ventilators, the most urgent need now is for the drugs that are necessary for intensive care patients. They wrote that existing stocks of muscle relaxants, sedatives, and painkillers were likely to run out in 2 days at the hardest hit hospitals and in 2 weeks at others. Last week, Italy's National Pharmaceutical Agency issued a formal alarm to regional health authorities that the recent jump in demand for some medicines had depleted supplies. The agency set up a special email address for the regional authorities to report any difficulties finding certain drugs. The shortage of such critical medicines had led some hospitals to buy alternative drugs or to try giving patients different dosages. A team of experts for the hospital's authority in Paris last week drew up a list of suggested workarounds for emergency units to employ to try to ward off what it identified as a strong risk of some sedatives and painkillers running out. The experts said that for each prescription, medics should ask themselves whether a drug is really necessary and if doses can be reduced, as well as consider alternative drugs. The European Hospital Alliance noted that some governments had reacted to the shortages by refusing to export drugs elsewhere and warned this would prevent drugs from reaching hospitals in dire need of the medicines. And over now to Russia, where Russia's President Vladimir Putin has ordered most Russians to stay off work until the end of the month as part of a partial economic shutdown to curb the spread of the coronavirus. Speaking in a televised address to the nation earlier today, Putin said he was extending the non-working policy he ordered earlier for this week to remain in force throughout April. Putin, who emphasized that all employees should continue earning their regular salaries during the period, said some essential industries will keep operating and grocery stores and pharmacies will remain open. He said Russia's virus prevention strategies have bought time and helped slow down the outbreak, but also warned that the number of cases will continue climbing. Putin said it would be up to regional authorities to decide which companies and organizations could keep working in their areas depending on the situation. Earlier this week, the Russian parliament empowered the cabinet to introduce the state of emergency, allowing it to tighten restrictions, an authority that previously had belonged only to the president. Some Kremlin critics have assailed Putin for stopping short of declaring a nationwide lockdown, opting instead for the ill-defined non-working order. Many observers pointed out that Putin's decision to let the cabinet and regional governors decide on specific steps to counter the outbreak reflected an attempt to avoid being associated with unpopular moves and bear responsibility for the mounting number of cases. Putin argued that regional authorities must be given a free hand to handle anti-coronavirus measures because the situation varies widely across the vast country. In Moscow, which has about two-thirds of all known virus cases in Russia, the mayor introduced a strict lockdown that is to be enforced through electronic surveillance. Most other regions of Russia followed Moscow's example, but some areas so far unscathed by the epidemic have applied more lax rules. Russian officials registered 771 cases on Thursday, a 43% increase from the previous day, bringing the country's reported total to 3,548 with 30 deaths. The Russian leader said that along with safeguarding the public's health, it's also important to protect people's incomes and prevent a spike in unemployment. But the opposition said the government has failed to offer a feasible program to support business, warning that Putin's order would effectively kill most of the nation's small and medium enterprises and leave many Russians starving. There have been broad fears that Russia's underfunded healthcare system would be hard-pressed to deal with the outbreak. Medical workers across the country have complained about shortages of essential protective gear and other supplies. The government has insisted that the country is well prepared and has all the necessary supplies. Moscow has sent teams of military medics to Italy to help counter the outbreak and on Wednesday delivered a plane load of medical supplies to the United States. And now in the U.S., an infant taken to a Connecticut hospital late last week is reported to have died as U.S. sets one-day record of 884 people killed in 24 hours. The death toll in the United States from the novel coronavirus has topped 5,000, with a 6-week-old baby becoming one of the youngest known victims. At about 2:35 GMT today, 5,116 people had died in the U.S., according to a tally from Johns Hopkins University, which came on the same day the country set a one-day record of 884 people killed in 24 hours. Among the latest U.S. fatalities was the 6-week-old baby who was taken to a Connecticut hospital late last week. The U.S. death toll is lower than those of Italy and Spain, but above the 3,316 recorded in China, where the pandemic first emerged in December. According to Johns Hopkins University, the U.S. leads the world in the number of cases of the new coronavirus with 215,417. Confirmed cases of coronavirus infections around the world approached 1 million today as the pandemic spread at a near exponential rate. And still in the U.S., the United States Democratic National Committee, DNC, is set to postpone its nominating convention from July to August 2020 over the coronavirus pandemic. The DNC officials said the convention will be held in August 17 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, about a week before the Republican Party's convention. The postponement comes just days after former Vice President and likely nominee Joe Biden called for the convention to be moved due to the coronavirus pandemic. U.S. President Donald Trump is resisting calls to issue a national stay-at-home order to stem the spread of the coronavirus, despite his administration's projections that tens of thousands of Americans are likely to be killed by the disease. Trump had said that he wanted to give governors flexibility on whether a stay-at-home policy was the best option for their constituents, but acknowledged that he would also look at limiting air and rail travel between hotspots within the United States. The Republican president remains hesitant to press a unified policy, even after the White House released sobering new predictions on Tuesday that 100,000 to 240,000 Americans will likely succumb to the coronavirus even if current social distancing guidelines are maintained. Surgeon General Jerome Adams had also said the nation's federalist system leaves much of the authority on how to properly respond to catastrophes to state governors and local officials. But the the invocation of federalism in the midst of a crisis that threatens a nationwide body count on par with some of the deadliest American wars suggests that Trump and his advisors are cognizant of the political ramifications of their response. Republican governors in states like Florida, Texas, and Nebraska have questioned the necessity of applying strong social distancing rules to rural or exurban areas that are yet to report much evidence of the virus. Speaker Nancy Pelosi has assured that she will establish a special House committee with subpoena power to oversee the government spending of the more than $2.2 trillion approved to bolster the economy hard hit by the coronavirus pandemic. Pelosi described her plans during a conference call with newsmen, even as she said that the day's report of a staggering 6.6 million more people filing for unemployment benefits had increased the urgency of a federal response. Pelosi and President Donald Trump have both suggested fresh legislation spending $2 trillion for new infrastructure projects, but even under the coronavirus crisis, its prospects seemed unclear. Pelosi said the new bipartisan panel will be headed by number 3 House Democratic leader James Clyburn of South Carolina. It would seek to ensure there is a waste, profiteering, price gouging, or political favoritism as Washington bumps huge sums into the economy to pay unemployment, protect jobs and businesses, and fortify the healthcare system. Pelosi and other top Democrats had sketched out their own evolving infrastructure plan, whose anchor will be a $760 billion package for roads, mass transit, water systems, and high-speed internet networks, with more money coming for education, housing, and community health centers. Democrats offered no apologies that their plan included clean energy and other environmental proposals. And from China, Shenzhen has become the first city in China to place a ban on the sale and consumption of dog and cat meat. The ban became necessary after the coronavirus outbreak was linked to wildlife meat, prompting Chinese authorities to ban the trade and consumption of wild animals. The new law is expected to come into force on May 1st, 2020. It might interest you to know that at least 30 million dogs are killed every year for meat across Asia. And before we end today's edition of The World Today, we now bring to you the summary of our top stories that made the headlines. Russia's President Vladimir Putin has ordered a non-working month to curb coronavirus. Pelosi has promised to create a House committee to oversee the economic bailout. The US DNC has postponed the 2020 convention over coronavirus pandemic. We also told you that hospitals in Europe are running out of ICU meds for COVID-19. And that was The World Today, as produced by Stella Sasongo of the News Department. Till same time tomorrow, do have yourself a lovely evening. I am Kuku Greg. Stay tuned to Today95.1 FM.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Have you heard that coronavirus has been confirmed in Nigeria? My brother, don't panic. The Federal Ministry of Health and Nigeria Center for Disease Control have advised that everyone should do the following to stay safe. Tell me. Wash your hands regularly with soap under running water. Use hand sanitizer if there is no water. Cover mouth with bent elbow or tissue when you cough or sneeze. Dispose the used tissue and wash your hands immediately. Avoid touching eyes, nose, mouth with unwashed hands. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects and surfaces such as door locks, tables, and chairs. You don't mean it. Avoid close contact with sick persons or anybody coughing or sneezing. Please, Mary, what are the symptoms of coronavirus? Any person infected with coronavirus can have fever, cough, difficulty in breathing, and shortness of breath. Don't panic. Coronavirus is preventable. If you have traveled to any country with reported local or community transmission, stay indoors and away from people for 14 days. If you develop any of the symptoms mentioned above, call the Nigeria Center for Disease Control NCDC toll-free line 0800 97 00 0010.
channel. Share information about coronavirus only from verified sources like the Federal Ministry of Health, the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, and the World Health Organization WHO. This message is from the Nigeria Center for Disease Control NCDC, the Federal Ministry of Health, and partners.
Mama Bomboy, what happened? What be all this one?
My brother, I don't know.
Run for waiting. What did happen? Everybody just dey run. Everywhere is scattered. What did happen?
That woman for junction. He say, her friend come tell her say, person tell her friend say, coronavirus don't enter town. They keep people.
Which one be corona?
Corona. They keep people. Hey, Bombay! Where your sister? Wanna enter house?
What is going on?
Enter house, oh! Lock that door. Fast. Lock am. Get you lock that window. Man says corona why is enter this house? Lock am.
Remember, there is no need to panic. Fear kills faster.
The coronavirus is an infectious disease caused by a newly discovered coronavirus. The best way to prevent and slow down transmission is to be well informed about the virus. Protect yourself and others from this infection. Wash your hands regularly with soap and water or clean them with alcohol-based sanitizer. Maintain at least 1 meter distance between you and people coughing or sneezing. Stay at home if you feel unwell. The virus spreads through droplets of saliva or discharge from the nose. It is important that you practice respiratory etiquette. At this point, there are no given vaccines or treatments for the coronavirus. The World Health Organization will continue to provide updates as soon as clinical findings become available. So stay informed. This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. With the dawn of the global pandemic, coronavirus, also known as COVID-19, we have been advised to self-isolate and observe social distancing rules. We at Today 95.1 FM want to tell you that while you self-isolate, it is important that you take this time out to get a skill, improve on your old and existing skills, read a book, listen to educational tapes, work out if you need to, bond with your family. Don't just spread fear and panic, self-isolate and grow. Make this time count for you. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Hold on, Kata. No, don't say else. Just bring 5,000 now.
Only.
Make the Kata day. Make the cold remain.
Yeah, they worry.
You were not aware you're a thief. Now that you know that your money is coming from a thief, do you not see why you're a thief?
All right, still talking about affairs of the federal government. We understand also that the federal government...
Welcome to today's edition of Beats and Pieces in the Premium Talk and Newsway.
And it's going to be 1-1 Morata. 1-0 is never good enough.
That's why we're called the voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Act.
Here we go.
Peace is a situation where there is no war or violence in a society. Peace allows wealth to accumulate and the society to advance.
Through peace, generations of wealth, education, technology can build up, thereby making people very prosperous and happy.
Without peace, there will be violence, war, and underdevelopment in our society. The most disadvantageous peace is far better than the most just war. Let us embrace peace for a better society.
This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM.
It's what I pray for all night. All around the world. It's what I pray for
Are you in search of a place to do all your audio recordings? From jingle, documentaries, church messages, and lots more.
Are you in search of a platform to give your business maximum exposure? Look no further. Come advertise with Today FM. With our unbeatable reach, we'll give your business the boost it so dearly needs. Visit us now at number 1 Today FM Drive off East West Road, Rumekini, Port Harcourt. Whatever the business is, we'll give it a voice.
Today 95.1 FM.
Good morning. My name is Ifeanyi. I'm calling you from. Hello?
Yes, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
My name is William. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, William from Port Harcourt. Go ahead.
Talk radio.
You have a right to say no, right? All right.
I'm calling from Unipua.
Okay, thank you so much from Unipua. We are the station that needs no introduction. Of course, you know, we give the best in news, sports.
You like football, right?
Entertainment, politics. In fact, call it talk.
Yes, we know there's a lot you want to hear, and that is why we talk about everything.
Talk radio.
We're right before you. It's just a dial away. This is your number one premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
One time for the one time, and easy.
Correct sound.
Yeah. With daddy, cuddly baby, oh, nana. Baby, come close, make I give you the energy. I'll be your president, be my first lady. I go love you, die, yeah, open energy. And you go love me, I say, oh shit, baby. She said she know what you wahala. She said she know what you palava. She said she wanted the cucumber, yeah. She said she wanted the cucumber, yeah. She be the first day we go reach my villa. I go stand for her back and I go be her pillar. She find me down makeup, don't need concealer. Fi make a gay nigga to reconsider all my life songs. I go record I'm about you. Even if you tell me a lie, I no go doubt you. And your fine shape make me the right this scope. I know they see another girl even with microscope. She say she need a star boy, I go be your daddy, yo. I know need no other girl, you go be my mommy, yo. I say I be done this, she say she already know. Anything when she want, I say me she let me know. If you leave me, I could die. Me, I know they like exaggerate. You fly past MG, the time when he levitate. Shady me, I'm talking about marriage. I feel skip the process where we go the date. Baby, come close, make I give you the energy. I'll be your president, be my first lady. I go love you, die, yeah, open energy. And you go love me, I say, oh shit, baby. She said she know what you wahala. She said she know what you palava. She said she wanted the cucumber, yeah. She said she wanted the cucumber, yeah. One time, Tinko, Chichala Babu. You be the real shit, other girls tell me poo. I just want to do you right, make I no go overdo you. Be my food for thought, think of you and a belly food. Baby, to get class, you know even need go school. You be role model, other models them be old school. Father si bad, you for cuckoo get your own school. But no need, you sister be past the old school. This star boy, I go be your daddy, yo. I know the no other girl, you go be my mommy, yo. I say I be done this, she say she already know. Anything when she want, I say me she let me know. If you leave me, I could die, me I know they like exaggerate. You fly past MG, the time when you levitate. Shady me, I'm talking about marriage. I feel skip the process where we go the date. Baby, come close, make I give you the energy. I'll be your president, be my first lady. I go love you, die, yeah, open energy. And you go love me, I say, oh shit, baby. She said she know what you wahala. She said she know what you palava. She said she wanted the cucumber, yeah. She said she wanted the cucumber, And if you need the star boy,
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
She said she already know anything she want. I say me she let me know, yeah.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
The last thing to leave a man, they say, is hope. We believe that this will come and go. It's just a matter of time. The pandemic ravaging the world right now. Let's share more of positive than negatives. That's my message all the time, each time I'm on the air. Welcome to another edition of Global Sports Update. Trying times, you want to say, we will definitely have the last lap. Solomon Adivre is standing by. He's got information for you from the ever-busy world of sport, coronavirus or no coronavirus.
Thank you very much, Godwin. It's always a pleasure being a part of a show. And to all our listeners, we say again, COVID-19 is real, and you are advised to always stay safe. We'll be starting the news today from home. Well, it is no longer news that Brazilian Serie A club Botafogo have started negotiations with former Chelsea, Middlesbrough and Trabzonspor midfielder John Mikel Obi over a move to Brazil. Well, we know that the club have made an offer to the ex-Nigerian international as the club view Mikel as an alternative to Cote d'Ivoire's Yaya Toure after failing to land the former Barcelona and Manchester City midfielder. But Mikel has made it clear that he won't rush into making any plans for the future right now. Although the offer from Brazil is a flattering one, Mikel said there will be more offers on the table when the summer transfer window opens, and he will consider every one of them before making his decision. But for now, Mikel said his focus is on his family as he can't wait for the coronavirus pandemic to be over. Two more matters are rising. Well, we believed the coronavirus outbreak would only affect sporting events in 2020, but it has spilled over to 2021 already. Well, it is no longer news that all Champions League and Europa League games this season have been suspended until further notice. But the big one has to be the fact that the 2021 Women's European Championship that was set to hold in 2021 has been moved to the summer of 2022. The Men's European Championship will now hold in the summer of 2021, same as the Tokyo Olympics. But coach of England women's national team Phil Neville has said the postponement of the 2021 Women's European Championship is the best resolution because England, alongside Netherlands and Sweden, have qualified for both the European Women's Championship and the Tokyo Olympics. And it won't be possible to play two major competitions in the summer of 2021. Phil Neville has admitted that England are favourite for the Women's European Championship, but they will face stiff competition from the likes of France and the Netherlands. Moving to European football, West Ham are looking to make a bid for Martin Braithwaite this summer as they look to boost their attacking options as they have been left fighting relegation this season. West Ham and Everton have shown interest in the Barcelona striker who only arrived at Camp Nou in February for £15 million in a very controversial emergency signing approved by the La Liga. Barca are keen on making a profit on the former Leganes striker who has scored 8 goals across all competitions this season. But West Ham have made it clear that they won't pay more than £15 million for the Danish striker. Barcelona may be forced to allow the former Middlesbrough forward leave this summer for a similar price he was purchased, especially as he is likely to be deemed surplus to requirements at the end of the season. Still talking European football, Barcelona have fueled Antoine Griezmann's quest to play in the French Ligue 1 as they are keen to send him to Paris Saint-Germain in an attempt to re-sign Brazilian forward Neymar Jr. this summer. With the coronavirus pandemic reducing Barcelona's cash supply, they are now willing to let Antoine Griezmann leave the club after just one season as they attempt to bring Neymar and Inter Milan striker Lautaro Martinez to Camp Nou. Antoine Griezmann is valued at £88 million by Barcelona, and they are willing to sell him to PSG as part of a swap deal for Neymar or sell him somewhere else to raise funds to bring the Brazilian forward back to Camp Nou. Still in Europe, Swedish legend Zlatan Ibrahimovic is unsure of what his future holds amidst reports that he will leave AC Milan at the end of the season. Ibrahimovic returned to AC Milan in December and has scored 4 goals in 10 appearances for the club. Although AC Milan coach Marco Giampaolo indicated he would like to have Ibrahimovic at the San Siro at least for another season, but he said that the decision is solely with the board of the club. Ibrahimovic wants to end his playing career where he started from, talking about his boyhood club Malmö FF in Sweden. But Zlatan believes he has at least 2 more years to give top European clubs before moving to his boyhood club in Sweden. That is all from my end of the news. Again, to all our listeners, COVID-19 is real and the best bet for you is to stay safe. Godwin and Agena, it is over to you for the rest of the show today.
Thank you, Solomon Divre. Last week we started our discussion with those who qualified for the Olympics, the athletes, the managers that will take them, and of course the administrators. Today we have the dancing wrestler all the way from Akure. If you take her away from Akure, she says she can't explain what will happen to her. Oh, there's a place she wants to go to. It's either Akure or that place. But that's information not for now. Odwayo Adekoroye, thank you for joining us.
It's my pleasure to be on your show.
Yes, we're waiting for you to go to the Olympics. That should have been like about less than 90 days from now. But it's been moved to 2021, July 23rd, 2021. Tell us what you feel and how you feel.
They said it is well. I feel bad at first. Well, I was one of the athletes representatives in the world, so I've been hearing things about the postponement before it was announced. So it was not a new story.
Oh, you expected the postponement?
Yeah, because in our forum, they have been saying something like that for like a week before the postponement of the Olympics.
So when it came, how did you take it? The news of the postponement. How did you take it?
I take it in good faith. It's for a purpose. I just conclude that it's for a purpose, and if you are like, that's when you know maybe you are going to Olympics or not. So you can't force it and still be looking up to the Olympics. You want to be healthy as well. So I take it in good faith.
Now, there must be a positive in this postponement. What positive are you getting or are you deriving from this postponement?
I think he has given me another time to work on my deficiency. And like my coach has said, he will even give us more time to add some things to my wrestling, and even give me more time to work on my strength training because I need it so much.
Now, are you still training in Akure?
Yeah, I train, but they ask us to stay home and to stay safe. So, and I know the importance of staying home for now. So I decided to train with the little equipment I have at home. And my coach, thank God for technology. I have been getting directives from my coach, Abukiri, through phone calls, even though it's not easy. And sometimes you make video calls just for supervision.
Would you want to tell us exactly what kind of training routine you do on a daily basis?
I don't have mat at home. I miss mat so much. But I have treadmill, and I have some things like for strength training as well. I do press up, I do military press, I do dips. So I have some little things, but it's not as when your coach is around. Like you are tired, you just want to do the one you can do. But we still tell you still have like 10 more. Give me 5, give me 3. So I need all those boys, I need all those encouragements. And there is no way you can train without your coach that you'll be satisfied.
I want you to tell us what is special about Akure. Why don't you want to leave Akure? Why is it that Oduayo is synonymous with Akure? What is special about Akure?
Akure is it's like a small London. We don't have traffic. If you tell someone you are coming the next 10 minutes, by 8 minutes you prepare. That's one. You give Akure a pass mark for that.
Oh yes, pass mark.
And we eat fresh food. Like in Lagos now, you have to buy everything. I want to take mango, and they told me 300. I said, wow, mango that you can see in your neighbor's compound and go and plug without even asking.
So mango is keeping you in Akure, Oduayo?
So we have some things for free. You get a big purple for 50 naira, but you can't try that in Lagos. We have enough land to build out.
So what? Tell me exactly what can happen that will make you leave Akure for maybe Lagos?
Maybe when there is no traffic. I hate traffic. It gives me a headache.
The voice of Oduayo Adekoroye, the number one wrestler in her category, 57 kg in the world. She's not a local wrestler. She might be local in Akure, but she's global. That's what you need to understand about this young lady. This might be her last Olympics. That is 2021. And thereafter, the promise she made to the dad that she was going to go back to school will be her priority. Watch out for the concluding part of our chat with Oduayo Adekoroye. My name is Godwin Enakena. God bless Nigeria.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Have you heard that coronavirus has been confirmed in Nigeria?
My brother, don't panic. The Federal Ministry of Health and Nigeria Center for Disease Control have advised that everyone should do the following to stay safe. Wash your hands regularly with soap under running water. Use hand sanitizer if there is no water. Cover mouth with bent elbow or tissue when you cough or sneeze. Dispose the used tissue and wash your hands immediately. Avoid touching eyes, nose, mouth with unwashed hands. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects and surfaces such as door locks, tables, and chairs. Avoid close contact with sick persons or anybody coughing or sneezing.
Please, Mary, what are the symptoms of coronavirus?
Any person infected with coronavirus can have fever, cough, difficulty in breathing, and shortness of breath.
Don't panic. Coronavirus is preventable. If you have traveled to any country with reported local or community transmission, stay indoors and away from people for 14 days. If you develop any of the symptoms mentioned above, call the Nigeria Center for Disease Control NCDC toll-free line 0800-9700-0010. Share information about coronavirus only from verified sources like the Federal Ministry of Health, the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, and the World Health Organization WHO. This message is from the Nigeria Center for Disease Control NCDC, the Federal Ministry of Health, and partners.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
Let me take you through a journey of Nigeria's nationalism. Do you know who the founder of Nigeria's nationalism was? He's sometimes acclaimed as the Gandhi of West Africa. He was a man of many parts, a civil engineer, a surveyor by training, a civil servant, a politician, an editor, a journalist, an accomplished violinist, a historian, and wait for it, an ex-convict, the founding father of Nigeria's nationalism. He helped to lay the foundation of modern Nigeria and contributed to the shaping of popular perceptions of a modern nation and its obligations to the public. In addition, he maintained an abiding interest in the history and concerns of black people throughout the world. Herbert Olayinka Samuel Healers Badmus Macaulay. That's a mouthful, right? He was born in Lagos on the 14th of November 1864 to Thomas Babington Macaulay and Abigail Crowther, children of people captured from what is now present-day Nigeria and resettled in Sierra Leone by the British West African Squadron and eventual returnees to Nigeria. Thomas Babington Macaulay was one of the sons of Ojo Oraire, while Abigail Crowther was the daughter of Bishop Samuel Ajayi Crowther, a descendant of King Abiodun. Thomas Babington Macaulay was the founder of the first secondary school in Nigeria, the CMS Grammar School, Lagos, between 1869 and 1877. Macaulay attended Breadfruit School, Lagos, and Faji School, Lagos, for his elementary education from 1877 to October 1880. He attended CMS Grammar School, Lagos, for his secondary school after going to a Christian missionary school. From childhood, young Herbert Macaulay learned the importance of a sound education, patriotism, and of course Christian values. However, his grandparents and parents also believed in the importance of indigenous Yoruba cultural values and of working within the larger culture around them. Like many later Pan-Africanists, they advocated the intelligent selection of progressive values and institutions from westernized Christianity and African society. Coming from such a family, he must have experienced a lot of pressure to enter the clergy, but he rejected this career in favor of a more worldly career. He took a job as a clerk at the Lagos Department of Public Works in 1881. In July 1890, the government sent him abroad for further training under G.D. Bellamy of Plymouth. 3 years later, he qualified as a civil engineer, the first Nigerian in this profession. On his return to Lagos, the government made him a surveyor of crown lands in Lagos. However, he soon became dissatisfied with the conditions of his employment. Like many of his African colleagues, he hated the two-tier system then existed in government service, whereby British civil servants enjoyed better conditions and much higher salaries than Africans. Thus, in 1898, Macaulay decided to go into private practice as a licensed surveyor and architect. His practice, however, was not very successful. Constantly in financial distress, he took advantage of his position as executor of the estate of a family dependent from which he misappropriated funds. Unfortunately, this act became known to the authorities and he was tried and sentenced to 2 years imprisonment. While many sympathized with him because of the extenuating circumstances of his large extended family, this event meant that he could never become a candidate for public office. Now, barred from elective public office, Macaulay made his mark in politics through journalism and political organizations and various advisory capacities. Between 1890 and 1927, he was a frequent contributor to the Nigerian Chronicle. In 1927, Macaulay joined forces with his friend Dr. John Akilade Colcrick, a physician and politician, to buy the Lagos Daily News, the first daily newspaper in British West Africa. Founded in 1925, Macaulay decided on political tone of the paper. This provided his platform for his battles against the government and his African political opponents. During the 1920s, a period in Nigerian history associated with the beginning of political agitation for self-rule, Macaulay became a leading figure in the first generation of Nigerian nationalists. In 1921, Macaulay passionately led protests in Lagos over
It's never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
A very good evening to you, and you're welcome to the only program on radio that brings you up to speed, keeps you abreast with happenings in and around the globe by examining them to the eyes of the public and stakeholders in general. And by stakeholders, I mean yourself, myself, and each and every one of us, because whether you like it or not, all of us, we all are stakeholders right here in matters affecting the country, matters affecting the state, the region, the country, and the world at large. You're welcome to today's edition of Opinion Poll right here on the Voice of the People, Today 95.1 FM. My name is Coco Greg, and of course, I always would love to bring you up to speed with unfolding events in and around the country. So I kick off from Anambra State, where the executive governor of Anambra State, Willie Obiano, has said that his government will distribute 3 million face masks to the residents of the state for free. 3 million face masks to the residents of the state for free. Okay. And then we sail towards Akwa Ibom State, where the state, speaking about Akwa Ibom State, has rejected COVID-19 results and has asked the National Center for Disease Control to conduct fresh results. So the Akwa Ibom State government has rejected the test results of the 5 coronavirus cases announced by the Nigerian Center for Disease Control on Wednesday night. It fingered irregularities in the testing process and thereby called on the center to conduct another round of tests forthwith. Now, in a statement issued on Thursday, that is today, the government said all the 5 cases reported to have tested positive for COVID-19 were yet to show any symptom of the virus. How possible is that? How possible? How is that even possible? That you test people and then the tests come back positive, and yet they are yet to show any symptoms of the virus. Now, it's alleged that the NCDC Director General, Dr. Chikwe Ihekweazu, was not aware of the results before the announcement. The statement read in part, and I quote, "We observed a disturbing breach in the tests and reporting procedure. Akwa Ibom State government only heard about the test results in the news. The Director General of the NCDC was not aware of the reported result announcement. All 5 reported positive test cases have been contacted, and they have shown no COVID-19 symptoms. Now, while the tests were being processed in NCDC-approved test facilities, all suspected cases were held in isolation. Several sample batches have been previously sent for testing from Akwa Ibom State, and they all returned negative results. Owing to the irregularities observed in the testing and reporting procedure, healthcare professionals in Akwa Ibom State have called for an immediate reconfirmation test on the 5 reported cases." So, what does this mean? What does this imply? It simply implies that there have begun to be irregularities regarding COVID-19 testing procedures, testing and confirmation procedures. All right. The Minister of Health, Dr. Osagi Ehanire, says that the number of contacts being traced for COVID-19 has risen above 6,000. Ehanire said this during the daily Presidential Task Force briefing in Abuja on Thursday. The minister further said that the number of persons being infected with the virus is expected to increase this week. Is expected to increase. He said the ministry had met with the leadership of the Nigerian Medical Association with a view to bringing back some retired doctors to assist with emergency efforts. Ehanire further said the Ministry of Trade and Investment will assist in ensuring that the number of masks being produced is scaled up. All right. And then, I also bring you some good news. The Chief Medical Director of University College Hospital Ibadan, Professor J.C. Otegbayo, has tested negative for COVID-19 after initially testing positive for the disease. The Public Relations Officer of UCH, Mr. Toye Akinrilola, said this in a statement made available to newsmen on Thursday in Abuja. And quoting him right now, he says, "I have the pleasure to announce that the repeat test of the UCH CMD, Professor J.C. Abiodun Otegbayo, has returned negative. He had earlier tested positive to the COVID-19 virus last Friday." Otegbayo had on Sunday personally said in a statement that he tested positive for COVID-19 and admonished all those who had contact with him to go on self-quarantine. However, his samples were taken again on Tuesday, 31st March 2020. Today at about 3 p.m., the result came out negative. Akinrilola disclosed that his result also came back negative after being among those in close contact with the CMD. Now, how's that for some good news? And then still some breath of fresh air. Some good news. The Lagos State government has released 11 new patients who have been receiving treatment at the Infectious Disease Hospital, Yaba. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos announced this on his Twitter page on Thursday, that is today. He said, and I quote, "The patients include 2 females and 9 males. Their results came out negative in 2 rounds of tests. I want to use this opportunity to once again thank our frontline health workers and other professionals for their service. Let me reiterate that this is not the time to relax, but to maintain our vigilance because of the community infection that we are beginning to see. I assure you that in the end, we will hoist a flag of victory with our cooperation and by the grace of the Almighty." Okay? Kudos to the frontline health workers right there in Lagos State. And then away from the country, the Philippines ambassador to Lebanon has died of coronavirus today. A statement said one of only 16 recorded deaths in the country since the start of the pandemic. The Philippines Department of Foreign Affairs expressed its deep sadness at the passing of Benedita Catala, which it said was the result of complications arising from coronavirus. And then, the federal government, the president approved conditional cash transfer for the, in quote, vulnerable of the society. So there was a huge crowd. Earlier in the process of, collecting data for the purpose of those conditional cash transfers. And then people began to wonder, like, what exactly is happening? I thought we've been preaching the gospel of social distancing. So the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management, Sadia Farouk, has explained why a huge crowd gathered in Abuja during the cash transfer exercise in violation of the social distancing policy. Farouk, while responding to questions from journalists on Thursday, that is today, said all beneficiaries were properly spaced. The minister, however, did not respond to a question on why the monies were not transferred electronically. She, however, said onlookers were the ones that gathered in their numbers. The minister said, and I quote, "We tried to take into consideration social distancing policy. If you watch the video or if you were there, you will see that those who came for disbursements were spaced, but people who were outside, who were not even part of it, decided to be onlookers." Farouk said residents of satellite towns in Abuja seemed not to be aware of the lockdown. She said there was a need for better enforcement. Quoting her again, she said, "When I went to Kwali, most people were just going about their business. Mr. Chairman, we need to enforce this directive. Many people didn't know about the stay-at-home policy. Henceforth, we will try to put in efforts to avert that." And then she went ahead to deny reports that only a section of Nigeria was receiving the conditional cash transfer. She said in Abuja, 5,980 households were receiving, while in Nasarawa State, the figure was about 8,271 households. And then the minister said 6,723 and 1,357 households were targeted in Katsina and Anambra states respectively. Now, Farouk said a household by general standards is 6 persons. And quoting her once again, she says, yesterday we started cash transfer. No section of this country will be marginalized. It is a national program irrespective of tribe, religion, or political affiliation. And that's according to Madam Sadia Farouk, who happens to be the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management. So hopefully it will trickle down to the south, to the southeast, the southwest, and then, of course, their own south. So just keep your fingers crossed. Keep your fingers crossed. And now to the crux of the evening's discussion. So this right here is a report by Bloomberg. And it says that Nigeria has 75,000 doctors, which is far below WHO recommendations. Now, for decades, powerful Nigerians could ignore the government's failure to invest adequately in the healthcare system by seeking medical treatment abroad. But the coronavirus pandemic means they can no longer escape. Now, since Nigeria identified its first case in the late February, President Muhammadu Buhari has responded by closing the borders and, imposing a lockdown on 2 key cities, if not 3, and then also the state of Ogun, an industrial hub. Commercial flights and private jets have been grounded, and like most African countries, Nigeria is now largely cut off from the world. Now, the coronavirus pandemic, has forced much of Africa's elite into a unique situation where, it's no longer possible to fly to the UK, fly to France, or even to India to see a doctor. And that's a practice that has become commonplace even among the affluent middle class. Now, Buhari was widely criticized for spending more than 5 months in the UK, that was far back in 2017, for an undisclosed ailment. This doesn't just happen in Nigeria. Last year, Gabon's president, Ali Bongo, recovered in Morocco from a stroke, while, the likes of Robert Mugabe, Zimbabwe's former leader, died in a hospital in Singapore. Now, in Nigeria, the coronavirus has so far infected about 184 people, including Abba Kyari, who happens to be Buhari's chief of staff, a man who is regarded as, one of the most powerful in this country. And then 4 out of 36 state governors and a son of a former vice president, Atiku Abubakar, have also tested positive. You also have a former senior executive of the state oil company, late Suleiman Achimogo, right now, who was the first COVID-19 fatality. Now, dozens of senior public office officials, including state governors and lawmakers, have gone into isolation. If they get sick, they will have to rely on our weak health system that we have. This weak health system that is at the risk of crumbling under the weight of a larger outbreak, which is according to Francis Faduyile. Francis Faduyile happens to be the head of the Nigerian Medical Association, an umbrella group of doctors. Quoting him now, he says, "The health system is not strong enough. Over the years, it's been denied normal funding, and things are not where they're supposed to be. If the burden of the coronavirus is added, it may be too heavy. It may actually cause a total collapse of our health system." Now, among Nigeria's registered health professionals are 75,000 doctors, 180,709 nurses, and 25,000 pharmacists. That's according to the Health Ministry, with 0.5% hospital beds per 1,000 people and a population of roughly 200 million. And that's far, far, far below thresholds set by the World Health Organization. Only 5 laboratories in this country are able to test for the coronavirus. Only 5. Now, we have health spending at around 5% of the budget in the past decade, which also falls short of the African Union's recommended minimum of 15%, and has been mostly focused on recurrent spending with little or no capital investment made over the years. The question is this. I'm just thinking aloud, considering the fact that, COVID-19, coronavirus, whichever name you choose to call it, is a pandemic that affects both rich and poor alike. Both old and young. It cuts across class, it cuts across status in the society. I'm just thinking, could this COVID-19 pandemic, in a way be said to be a sort of blessing of some sort, in the sense that it's a subtle but compulsory wake-up call on the authorities and those concerned to fix the health system in the country. Fix the health system in the country. Fix the collapsing health system. Fix the dwindling health system in the country. Because they can't run anywhere. They cannot go outside the country anymore. We are stuck here together. So if I refer to this coronavirus pandemic or this COVID-19 epidemic as a blessing of some sort, just because the authorities will now be forced, the high and mighty will now be forced to do everything possible to fix our collapsing health system, would I be wrong? Would I be wrong? That's the big question tonight on Opinion Poll. And I really would love to get your opinions, okay? I would love to get your views right here on the program. You can be part of the show if you call me on 0817 0000951. That is 0817 0000951. Or you can call 0810 9510951. That's 0810 9510951. Okay? For those of you who can send texts or WhatsApp messages, the numbers to send them to is 0701 9339962. I just hope I'll be able to take them. 0701 9339962. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
God bless you, my brother.
I greet you.
Ifeanyi JP.
Ifeanyi JP, you're welcome to the show. Please go ahead.
I'm calling from Akabuka. This coronavirus is a really blessing to the country.
How so?
Yes. Why I said so? Assuming that this coronavirus started from Nigeria, did you know that all these top government officials or all these top personalities in the country, that they could have packed their families and run away? But as it stands now, as we speak now, every person is in the country. In the African region, it's only about 5 or 6 countries, all these smaller countries that we cannot even remember their name. There is only few countries that this coronavirus have not entered. If not, it has covered every African country. It has covered Europe. You understand? You understand? Assuming that it started here, they could have run away and leave us, that people should die now. If you people remain 3 or 4 and the sickness finish, you can come back and continue.
So in other words, you agree that the COVID-19 is okay.
101%. I agreed with you 101%. I've been saying it before this time. You understand?
All right. Thank you very much for your opinion.
God bless you.
God bless you too. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello. Hello?
Yeah, good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is Thursday from a chair. Please, I want to ask two questions.
concerning this the issue of money sharing. You understand? Now I want to know. People donated money. I heard a delegate donated over 500 million. What is his name? The former governor of Anambra State donated 1 billion naira. So many banks donated money.
There have been so many donations. So
how come they are sharing only 20,000 naira? This money can go. Every Nigeria can receive as much as 200,000 naira each person. Going by the donation we have seen. How come it is not 20,000 they want to share? That's number one question. Number two, how come they are singling out? They want to single out only 1 million people or 1.11 million, 1.10 million to, give this money when we have about 200 million persons in this country. Where is the rest of money going to? If they are to share only 20,000.
Well, the rest of the money, I suppose, is going into the fight against the disease.
Okay, the fight against disease. What the World Bank also donated money. What are they doing with that one?
Same thing.
The federal government cannot buy all the equipment.
Same thing. We do not have isolation centers. We do not have equipment. We don't have adequate testing equipment. We need additional hands on ground. So all of this, I'm just thinking.
They are using the money donated by people to do all those things. When the government in question told us that they are prepared, they have put everything in place to make sure that they fight this disease. How come it is not the money donated by the people that they want to use to equip themselves?
Well, we can only watch as events unfold. Thank you so very much for calling in, my brother. 95.1 FM, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
I greet you. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Edberson. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go ahead, please.
I watched this afternoon and I saw that money they are sharing in the Abuja. And I can understand that they said that this money is one other faster way to transfer this disease. What about the money being infected? Would it not also spread?
Well, I think this question will best be directed to the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs. She came forward to explain because there were concerns, just like you raised right now. There were concerns about social distancing. There were concerns about people getting clustered, people gathering at a spot right there because of the conditional cash transfer. Now, a whole lot of Nigerians thought that this conditional cash transfer was going to be done electronically. But we saw people gather in Abuja, and then they were being handed the cash hand to hand, like they were being paid by hand.
Exactly.
So she came forward and she said, well, that the social distancing rule was being observed right there, and then that all the other people that you saw, which made up the crowd, that those were just onlookers. And I couldn't help but wonder. But the federal government told us that Abuja is on total lockdown.
Exactly.
So all these are questions that have been raised, and it begins to seem like we have more questions than answers.
One other question: is it the only 11 million, according to her, that is people that the federal government is supposed to render this service?
Well,
we have
they said
almost 200 million people.
I cannot tell you right now how exactly they came about the exact population of people that are going to be, handed this conditional cash transfer. But if you listen to the president's broadcast, he said the conditional cash transfer is going to be given to the most vulnerable in the society. So I do not know which class of people make up this most vulnerable. I don't know how they arrived at that particular population. But you heard her when she said it has started in Kogi State, it has started in Nasarawa State, it has started in the FCT, it's going to trickle down to Enugu State, and then it's going to eventually Anambra. it will eventually get to all of the states of the federation. No state, no ethnicity, no tribe is going to be left out. So we can only sit down and watch as events unfold.
You people, the journalists, need to help us to ask this question and bring answer to us, please.
Of course we do. We do.
All right. Thank you and have a wonderful time.
All right. Thank you very much for calling in. All right, so in case you're just joining us, it's Opinion Poll right here on the Voice of the People, Today 95.1 FM. My name is Coco Greg, and I've been keeping you company all through the evening, and I still will be here way into the night. But I'm talking about the fact that, owing to the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, owing to the outbreak of the coronavirus, whichever way you choose to call it, there were times when, the high and mighty in the society would, at every slight opportunity, fly out of the country, fly to Dubai, fly to India, fly to the UK for medical checkup. But right now, the situation is so peculiar that nobody gets to leave the shores of the country. Nobody leaves. So we are staying put together. We are facing this together. Okay? It affects the poor, it affects the rich. So I'm just asking, do you think that, by any means, this COVID-19, the coronavirus, could be seen as a kind of blessing? Considering the fact that this will now force those at the helm of affairs, this will now force those in authority to fix our dwindling health system. It will force them to fix our collapsing health system. Because they now know that since there's nowhere else to seek help externally, the only place to get help is back home. Is back home here. And how do you get help back home here? It's when we have hospitals, when we have laboratories that have been well equipped, that can diagnose and treat and adequately prevent the spread of the virus. Containment. That's the key word, containment. So I'm just asking tonight, do you think that by some measure, this COVID-19 could be regarded as a blessing? 95.1 FM, good evening. Okay, I lost that one. Hopefully I should take this one. 95.1 FM, good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, great.
I greet you. What's your name?
David Jacob.
Calling from?
From Port Harcourt.
All right, welcome to King Jacob. Go ahead, please.
I just want to say this money they are sharing, I don't think they are doing the right thing. They should manage all the politicians, because a politician will just be sitting at home now, they will make millions out of that money. Let them just credit every Nigerian account. So let manage all the politicians. So level of the civil service, they can say for social level you will not get. Credit everybody account. Suspend every project in Nigeria now. We don't even need some of the projects now. I think that is the only thing they should do. That money will go. If you even check that Abuja now, maybe up to 100 people have not received that money. There are so many poor people in Nigeria. So they should not just come and deceive us at the end of the day. Share that money. 20 people account. That is the only thing. One account at least.
All right. Thank you
very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for calling in. Okay, I feel like text message, and WhatsApp portals is soon going to be out of power. So I'm just going to go through our message portals right about now. This message right here says, "My name is Imaman Agbam from Eche in River State. In line with the statement of the Minister of NSIP program, I, Imaman, totally disagree with her. She is not responsible for her responsibilities, and she is not transparent, which is very unfortunate. And power has not been paid. N-Power has not been paid up till now." Okay. This other message right here says, "Good evening. The disabled in River State are the worst hit because those who said they are okay are complaining. Talk of somebody who is struggling to walk. It's not easy. All right. Pastor Godi sent this one in. This one says, good evening, Coco Greg. Seriously, food stuff is very expensive. Things we used to buy 50 naira is now 100 naira. Just imagine how things are going on in the state. Please, I urge the state government to do the needful. I am Abbas from Mbodo Alu. All right. This one says, good evening. I suggest the government should see the people's feeding first before sustaining the coronavirus. Okay. Senior man sent this one in from Ahoda. This one says, God is our hope. Udeme sent this one in from Abba. This one says, Coco, trust me, I am tired of this whole corona stuff. Of course, the measures being put in place to stop the spread of the virus is cool, but they should do it the right way. People are hungry, and hunger is worse than COVID-19. Don Chazi Agbaim. Oh, my main man, Charles. I greet you specially, my brother. Okay, this one says, Coco, please, there is nothing like coronavirus in River State. Oh, come on. Governor Wike only knows why he is doing what he's doing. Once he got what he wants, I believe he will rest. His action has created hunger in the state, which is more dangerous than the said coronavirus. All right. This one says, God has a way of dealing with the wicked. Let them travel again for treatment abroad. Corona is waiting to welcome them at the point of entry. Our leaders are very wicked. They refuse to fix our health centers. We cannot boast of steady power supply since after how many years of independence. God is watching them. Sam sent that one in from Port Harcourt. Okay. And this one says government should checkmate the security officers in the borders because resisting food trucks from entering and collecting bribes are the reasons why food scarcity, why food is scarce and costly sold. This one says the level of hunger is becoming alarming, my brother. So the government should do something before people will die. Since yesterday, I can't go out. I am Robinson from Choba. Okay, more text messages, more and more text messages coming in. Okay, I'm going to see how much I can take before the message portals run out. Okay, this one says, we know our way to government house. We will not die of hunger. It is better to die by COVID-19. Trigger sent this one in from Port Harcourt. All right, I'm going to go check the WhatsApp portals right about now and see how many more messages I can take. Okay, no messages on that portal for now. So going back to the phone lines. I lost that one right there. Hello, 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Yeah, Coco, good evening. This is Kevin calling you from Port Harcourt.
Your name is?
It's Kevin calling you from Port Harcourt.
Okay, Kelvin, you're very welcome to the show. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Coco, for me, in the first place, there's no need for this money they say they want to share. For me, there's absolutely no need. At the end of the day, what is the budget of this money they are sharing? How much is the budgeted amount? That is number one question I want to ask. Now, if, for instance, these guys, they've budgeted like, let me say, 5 billion, which would definitely be below what has been budgeted for this, because at the end of the day, we are going to hear a different figure. How long did it take China and even Britain? Just last week I was watching their own. About 500 beds hospital made within a space of 3 weeks. If Nigeria is really proactive, instead of us going into this another, will I call it another trader money, whatever kind of policy. If we say, okay, each state, this is what we are budgeting, instead of sharing this money, this is how much we are budgeting to build the emergency hospital in each of the states, 30 states of the federation. This is definitely going to help us more than sharing this money. The money you even sharing, how much food will you even purchase for me? Because the price of everything has gone up.
But we are also taking into consideration the time frame right about now, because it is looking like at the end of the day we might all be asked to stay at home. It might be a total lockdown, a total shutdown. Now, what's the space of time within which the government can channel these funds into building better facilities, into building isolation centers? Okay. Now, considering that, you just might want to channel these funds instead of channeling it to building of all of these facilities. You just might want to channel it to making life easier for the masses, making life easier for the common man while he sits at home, because feeding is very, very important.
Good. Feeding is very important. The market are shut down. Why don't even if you don't even give us money, the food prices is ensured that the food prices are subsidized. It is better for us. Now, the palliative measures, okay, if you can't even go into building emergency hospitals right away, what about equipping the ones we have? Coco, there was something I listened yesterday. Okay, today, this morning, the Commission of Information of Lagos State reacted over a complaint. A man was complaining on the television that his wife was taken to hospital for about either a day or 2 days now, and there has been no medical attention given to the woman. That he wants to take his wife back home. It's better the wife died. The response from this commissioner was that the kit, the PPE kit, for each costs about 72,000 naira. That they don't have enough. So if one particular health worker puts on one, is expected to go there to attend to maybe 5 or 10, and that one will be disposed so that we don't have.
Hello, are you there? Okay, I guess I lost you right there. Well, if in case you're just joining in on the show, it's Opinion Poll right here on the Voice of the People, Today 95.1 FM. My name is Coco Greg. And if you want to be part of the show, you can simply do that by calling me on our studio lines, which are 0817 0000951. Once again, that number is 0817 0000951. Or you can call 0810 9510951. That's 0810 9510951. And then you can also send WhatsApp or text messages to the number 0701 9339962. That's 0701 9339962. Although any time from now, the message portals are going to be down and out. So this message says COVID-19 to Nigeria is a blessing. Yes, because it came from the airport. If not, by now they would have all been gone. I'm GP from Ndele. All right. This one says, good evening, Coco Greg. Please, we need a lot more than sensitization. A lot of people all over are crying and finding it hard to make purchase. The government is trying to contain the spread of coronavirus, but let's not be ignorant that hunger can kill more than a virus. God's will sent this one in from Elele Alimini. All right, this one says coronavirus is real, but more real is hunger that can kill before the virus arrives. Shouldn't a responsible father provide for his family? Oh, okay. Message portals are down and out right about now, so we concentrate now on the phone lines 081095100951 and 081700000951. And I'm just asking a simple question tonight. Don't you by chance think that the coronavirus or COVID-19, whichever one you choose to call it, is a blessing to us in the country? Considering the fact that before now, if we had something similar happen, you would have the high and mighty, the rich people, the affluent in the society, just board a plane and off they go. They jet out of the country. Go to places like India, go to the UK, go seek treatment. Leaving the common man back here in the country at the expense of our collapsing health system. But right now, we are all stuck here together. We have both the rich and the poor affected alike right here in the country. So nobody moves out, nobody comes in. And this is going to force those at the helm of affairs, it will force those at authority to fix our collapsing health system. Don't you by any means consider that a blessing? 95.1 FM, good evening. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, Coco.
What's your name?
Okwando Obina is my name.
Okwando, you're welcome to the show. Please go ahead.
Thank you. You see, this evening I want to disagree with you.
Okay.
That COVID-19 not in any way.
All right.
Let me ask you, those people that have good health system, do they have to pass through COVID, something like this COVID-19?
Well, that's a very pertinent question, and that's a question that would have long been answered before this time.
Let me tell you, my brother, it's just the difference between a visionary leader and a leader who doesn't have a vision. There are many leaders in Africa that doesn't have any vision at all. So those people you see that they have a very good health system is that they have the visionary leaders who are looking at the future. In future, there may be something like COVID-19. Let us begin to develop our health system. But here in Africa, they are good at carrying the money, giving and, pretty great. So I don't think, and I would never agree, that this ailment is a blessing. Because, let me tell you, at the end of the day, after the end of this ailment, they will still go back to their normal way of doing things.
All right.
The man who doesn't have a vision will never do the right thing. So
all right.
It is never a blessing.
Okay. Thank you very much, Okwando. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Evening. This is Thank God from Chuba.
Thank God from Chuba. Welcome to the show. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I want to react on this issue of this coronavirus. Like what you just said, this is a blessing to Nigeria. Because we have seen those who have not been seen for a long time this period. So it's a blessing to us. So they have used this opportunity to know that we don't have any hospital facility here. So, and I don't know that they can even spend a day in Nigeria in treating them with this poor hospital. They think it is for poor people. So if this thing can contain them, better for us. Where we are sitting, where we have been going, they have gone there to pass the night. That is one. So this the issue of this money President have said of
the conditional cash transfer.
Yes, I like it because what one last speaker said that this thing the money is not necessary. The money is necessary because this is not people have been voting in money. That is not what the money. This money the president is giving to people. It's not the only money he's using to fight this thing. Because what if this thing lasts for 1 year or 1 full month for we to be indoor? What do we be using? So this money is not even. It's not something someone will come and say it is not enough or this is what they are using to fight this thing. No, this is what they are using for we to this thing used to feed ourselves.
All right.
I know it is not enough, but let us just manage it.
All right.
Another question I want to ask is this coffee of 18. We had information that they have cancelled it. Is it sure that government have just came up and say something concerning that?
All right. Just keep your dials locked right here. Okay. Just keep listening on the show. I'm going to let you in on that information.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello.
Yeah. Good evening. What's your name?
Yeah, this is Jude from Maribo. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, let me tell you. This money will end up being shared to Hausa Fulani people. Telling you the truth. Forget about what they are telling you that it will go around. There will be no tribal, there will be no sentiment, this and that. This money would, the same way Abacha loot was shared to the Hausa Fulanis, it's the same way this one will be shared to Hausa Fulani. Nothing will come to this area. I blame people like Chris Ngige that would donate their money to federal government, 1 billion naira. Instead of him to use that money, distribute to his Igbo brothers, he's donating to Zoo Republic that will give it to Hausa Fulani. That is the problem we are having.
All right.
This money would have gone around to the Igbos here, share it to poor Igbos that are suffering from this coronavirus issue. People are dying of hunger here, and they are taking money to Hausa Fulani to give.
So are there no poor people in the north?
The money that Abacha looted is.
I'm asking. Are there no poor people in the up north?
What of that Abacha loot? How did they share it? How did they share the money? Did it get to you?
All right. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, name and location, please.
This is Seda. You see, this corona reason is, as a matter of fact, to me, is a complete lesson. Because you know that there are some of our big men, some of them politicians, that they don't stay in Nigeria for good 2 days. Honestly speaking, every 2 days they jet out of the country, they come in, they jet out, they come in. But this corona, this thing now have kept all of them. They are now stuck in Nigeria here. Even though what has happened will not in any way make them to think of fixing our health. But however, it has exposed them. At least some foreign countries have seen how stupid Nigerians are. So that is okay. Then on the other hand, this money they are sharing, why I somehow commend it, is quite unfortunate that this money might not go around at all. Now, I have two persons living in Abuja. I get across to them today. In fact, one of them, I just finished speaking with one of them some few minutes ago if I call you now. He was telling me that thing is a big scam, that he have known this particular government very notorious in propaganda. Now, do I know that in their area, if I see how they are, he said they are sharing the money, so that's actually. He said, but if you tell me what these people are doing, and the people that are, disposing this money, no, they say some people they are giving them hand because they don't know anything about bank and all those kind of things. And that was why you get to know the hotel. And I asked him, doesn't mean that they have not given to you. He said, say they have not given to better people, talk less of them. Say they are making the thing is, they are, it's like they are just selecting, and even the indigenous, or what they call them, many of them are crying and say these people are.
So are you saying that monies are not being distributed at all?
What?
Are you saying that monies are not being distributed at all?
The money is being distributed, but the way it's sounding loud, it's not like that.
Okay.
He said the people are playing abracadabra. That as they are announcing, they are disbursing. One corner they are folding and putting in their pocket. Just, for example, they will announce to you they are disbursing about 1,000 people this time. Whereas what they are disbursing to those people is not even more than 20. He said he saw it live. Then I now get across to one of my younger one that is also living in Lagos. And I asked him, have they started? He said, well, he's living at Ikorodu. He have not seen anything. He said he's seen it. And I asked him, what about also person living at the Bono? He was telling me that that person was telling that they are using Berica tomato this thing to share rice. So that these people are just messing up. So what I'm trying to say in nutshell that there is no sincerity at all in the part of this government. They are people, they are just deceiving people. And the funny thing, they will send channels and the TVC, these are APC, Brignol, all those stations. Now, they will send them to where they are, they say there's a place, there's some place they are sharing, this is 5 kg rice, the 3 kg rice with Indomie and some other thing. They will put it in one small sack bag, and they will be televising it in the channels. He said, but the other side, they are sharing a cup of rice with a Berita. They don't show anything at all. They will not allow any television listen to go that side.
All right.
So they don't just
all right. Thank you.
They are very, very notorious. I'm telling you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I need to let you go. Okay, for one of my callers who asked for verification about whether the curfew has been lifted. Now, if information reaching me right now is anything to go by, it says Governor Wike lifts curfew placed on parts of Port Harcourt. He has also lifted the suspension of the chairman and deputy chairman of Obiakwa local government area. And the state government is to implement palliative measures. Now, River State Governor Nyesom Wike has lifted the curfew imposed on Education bus stop to Ajib Junction along Ikwere Road and Obiri Ikwere Junction to Ozoba, Rumalogu, and Choba. Now, this takes effect on Tuesday, April 3, 2020. Is this supposed to be Tuesday or Thursday? 3rd of April. Friday. It should be Friday. Yeah, this takes effect from Friday, April the 3rd. Now, Governor Wike also lifted the suspension of the chairman and deputy chairman of Obiakwa local government area. He announced these decisions during a state broadcast on Thursday. And he said, and I quote, "With effect from tomorrow, April the 3rd, 2020, the 24 hours curfew imposed from Education bus stop to Ajib Junction along Ikwere Road and Obirikwere Junction to Ozoba, Rumalogo, and Choba has been lifted. All borders and markets in the state remain closed." Following the interventions of some well-meaning citizens of the state, the suspension of the chairman and deputy chairman of Obiakwa local government area has been lifted. However, this should serve as a warning to local government chairmen and traditional rulers who will allow markets to be open in their areas. Residents of Ngboshimini to Rumeme in Obiakwa local government area are hereby warned to desist from flouting government directive on closure of markets or be prepared to face unpleasant consequences. Commercial vehicle operators will soon get appropriate directives on their operations in order to maintain social distancing. Governor Wike also informed that his administration is working out palliative measures to cushion the effect of the sit-at-home directive. He said, and I quote, "Implementation of palliatives to cushion the effect of recent directives on the citizens will soon take effect. International oil companies operating in the state should support government by donating towards the containment of the virus." The governor also thanked Rivers people for their cooperation. "My dear good people of Rivers State, let me sincerely thank all of you for your patience and understanding all these days. The sacrifices we are all making have greatly helped us not to record any positive case since the index case was reported. As we continue to put in our best as human beings, we expect that the Almighty God will intervene on our behalf and wipe away this plague from our midst. May I therefore urge you all to continue to seek the face of God as we earnestly await His divine intervention." Now, this is signed by Simeon Nwakaudu, a special assistant to the River State government on electronic media. All right, so there you have the information. The curfew, 24 hours curfew being, which was earlier imposed, has been lifted with effect from tomorrow. 95.1 FM, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. This is Mr. Henry calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, welcome, Mr. Henry. Go ahead, very quickly, please.
So I really think, pertaining what you're saying tonight, I think this coronavirus has become a blessing to Nigeria, because if you watch our so-called elite or our eminent legislators, that normally does not stay in the country. Maybe you find very difficult, even the local government chairman, to see them very, very difficult. You cannot even have access to them, or let alone even to see them. But this so-called this menace has made them to even.
Okay, I guess I lost you right there. I'm going to squeeze in one last call. Hello, good evening, 95.1 FM.
Yeah, good evening.
What's your name, please?
Yeah, my name is Osim.
All right, very quickly.
I want to recommend the governor for his hard work, what he has been doing for River State, and ensure that this COVID-19 is doing a great job. For the federal government, hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
For the federal government, I really don't understand how they're intending sharing the money, or like what I'm hearing, that they want to share money. I don't know how they're making plans or how they want to share it. So that's why I said, let me know how they want to share it.
All right, well, if you listened to the nationwide broadcast by the president, he said that the conditional cash transfers would be distributed to the vulnerable in the society. Now, what I don't know, what I cannot tell you for sure now is which particular class of people are being referred to as the most vulnerable in the society, or how they came about the specific population of people that these monies are being issued out to. But I can tell you on authority that the monies are being shared, they're being distributed. They started being distributed as at yesterday, I think around Abuja, Kwali Area Council, and Kogi State. We also heard they are being distributed in Katsina State. And then the Minister for Humanitarian Affairs said it was there are plans to bring it down to Enugu, Anambra State, and then all of the states of the country. She said no tribe or ethnicity would be left out. So all we can do right now is sit and watch as events unfold.
Yeah, sorry, is it by transfer through account or?
They said when I heard conditional cash transfers, I believed it was going to be by electronic transfer. But then reports reaching us has it that monies were being given to people by hand in Abuja, by hand.
You see, that's why I really particular as Nigerians, you are not too comfortable of the government, federal government. They should not share money by hand. At least they have BVN. Everybody has an account. There should be, if federal government want to do something, they should do something like response as a mature people.
All right. My time is up. I have to go get the news. I have to go get the news now. Thank you very much for calling. We actually have overshot our time. Many thanks to each and every one of you who have been part of Opinion Poll today. Up next is the news at 10. Please keep your dials locked right here. My name is Coco Greg. Don't move an inch.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Coco Greg. The headlines. Governor Nyesom Wike relaxes curfew imposed on parts of River State. The federal government considers local manufacturing of ventilators and other protective gears as cases of COVID-19 continues to rise in Nigeria. The Lagos State government announces 11 recoveries from coronavirus, and on the foreign scene, Spain cuts hundreds of jobs amidst nightmare caused by coronavirus. Now, the details. Members of the Community Development Committee in Rivers State have intervened in a controversy rocking the constitutional duties of Obono Community CDC in Ozuzu, a Che local government area of Rivers State. Coordinator of the forum in the state, John Onwu Boalili, who spoke during a reconciliation meeting, warned against unlawful interference on the constitutional duties of Obono CDC in traditional rulers by any individual.
Community leaders are the representative for the government, and delegation has much to do with authority. I therefore charge you, the CDC chairman and members in Obono community in Ososo town, to always discharge your duties under the ambit of the law. Remember that you are holding the position of trust, which requires total accountability at every reasonable time. CDCs must collaborate with the traditional rulers. Mostly at this time, the world is facing the issue of coronavirus. You must ensure that your community obey the order given by the state and local government, respectively.
Our correspondent Uchendu Ejowo reports that Elder Francis Amadi spoke on behalf of the elders and entire Obono people, commended the CDC for its developmental programs and assured of the readiness to adhere to all the advice given to them by the Forum of CDCs in the state. A soldier has shot dead an unidentified young man in Delta State. The incident occurred at Ubuwangwe community in Warri South local government area of the state on the second day of the lockdown directive issued by the state governor Ifeanyi Okowa. Police authorities in the state who confirmed the killing said they have commenced an investigation into the incident. The police public relations officer in the state, Onome Wakboyeya, however, noted that details of the incident were unclear. In the meantime, authorities of the Warri South local government area have demanded the prosecution of the soldier involved in the killing. Meanwhile, the Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Adamu, has cautioned officers and men of the Nigeria Police Force currently deployed for the enforcement of the lockdown and social restriction orders to ensure that the rights of Nigerians are not infringed upon. The warning was contained in a statement by Force spokesman DCP Frank Mba. DCP Mba in the statement revealed that persons on essential duties duly exempted from the restriction orders should be accorded due courtesies and unfettered access to and from their places of duty. The IGP asked that all police officers deployed for the enforcement of the restriction orders must be professional, humane, tactful, and must show utmost respect to the citizenry. According to the statement, the IGP has directed command commissioners of police to immediately commence and conduct monitoring of police officers deployed on enforcement duties in their areas of responsibility. International rights group Amnesty International has called on the federal government to take immediate actions to prevent the spread of coronavirus in correctional and detention centers across the country. Amnesty International in a statement said congestion in Nigerian prison is staggering and a threat to the lives of prisoners, especially at this time that requires social distancing to prevent the rapid spread of the disease. The rights group in a statement signed by the director of Amnesty International Nigeria, Osai Ojigo, said inmates and detainees at police and military facilities across the country were at risk of contracting the coronavirus disease as they are held in overcrowded and unhygienic conditions that can be even more deadly in the hot weather. Ojigo asked the authorities to urgently adopt a strategy for the protection of the rights of people deprived of their liberty, including addressing overcrowding in prisons by releasing unconditionally prisoners of conscience, older people, and those with underlying medical conditions. In the meantime, over 200 persons have been arraigned before a magistrate court sitting in Port Harcourt for violating the directive of the state government on the 24-hour restriction of movement in some parts of the state. The suspects, who were arrested by police in different parts of the affected area, were arraigned on a 3-count charge of conspiracy, disobedience to governor's directive, and street trading, which is said to have caused a breach of public peace. 3 magistrates who presided over the cases include Senior Magistrate Rita Ogugo, Chief Magistrate Didi Ihua Madwenyi, and Senior Magistrate V.E. Nweke in their various courtrooms granted bail to all the suspects. A correspondent Uchendu Ijowo reports that those who pleaded guilty were granted bail to the tune of 10,000 naira fine, while those who pleaded not guilty were granted bail for the sum of 100,000 naira with 2 shorties. The magistrates subsequently adjourned till the 6th of April for definite hearing. Speaking to newsmen, one of the defense counsels, Izito Oroko, said despite the suffering of the suspect, the court should be commended for the way the case was handled.
The judicial procedure is quite welcome. Some of the magistrates said, I will not mention names, said the lawyers should come and take their defendants. Some of the defendants pleaded guilty, and the court graciously, and following what is on ground, admitted their guilt and also gave them a fine, 10,000 naira, and immediately you pay the fine, then you are free to go. The of the court is discharged when the court grants bail. These are other procedures that follow. They called for summary trials, but the police is not also ready for the summary trial. So the court fixed definitely for definite hearing.
Some of the family members of those arrested persons narrated their ordeals with the police.
Me coming here today, I was at state hearing this morning. They referred us to court here. So we have been standing here since all through the day. Nothing has been happening. They have demanded money from us, and they're demanding money from us. How much? I've already paid like 16,000 naira. They're still saying I will still pay more 10,000 naira.
Till on Tuesday, and I said they brought him to the court. So we were still working from morning. They'll take them to the CPS. They'll bring them back to court. Even to give him food, we pay 500 at court here. Though they don't even want us to go and see them, just to open the gate. They say we should pay 500 to bring food for our own brother to eat. Is that what they are doing in this our River State? What the governor is doing is really bad.
The River State Governor Nyesom Wike has lifted the curfew imposed on Education bus stop to Ajib Junction along Ikwere Road and Obirikwere Junction to Ozuoba, Rumalogu and Choba. Governor Wike said the decision to relax the curfew from tomorrow, April 3, 2020, was reached after a meeting with service commanders in the state. The governor also lifted the suspension of the chairman, Solomon Abel Eke, and deputy chairman of Obiakwa local government area, just as he insisted that all markets remain closed and warned residents of Ngboshimini to Rumeme to desist from flouting government directive on closure of markets.
Promise that all directives issued during this time period will be reviewed from time to time. After a meeting with the State Security Council today, the following decisions were taken. 1. With effect from tomorrow, 3rd of April 2020, the 24 hours curfew imposed from Education bus stop to Ajib Junction along the Ikwere Road and Obirikwere Junction to Usoba, Rumalogo and Choba has been lifted. All borders and markets still remain closed. Following the interventions of some well-meaning citizens of the state, the suspension of the chairman and deputy chairman of Obiakwa local government area has been lifted. However, this should serve as a warning to local government chairmen and traditional rulers who will allow markets to be open in their areas. Residents of Ngboshimini Rumeme in Obiakwa local government area are hereby warned to desist from flouting government directive on closure of markets or to be prepared to face unpleasant consequences.
Governor Wike therefore informed that his administration is working out palliative measures to cushion the effect of the sit-at-home directive.
Commercial vehicle operators will soon get appropriate directives on the operations in order to maintain social distancing. Implementation of palliatives to cushion the effect of recent directives on citizens will soon take effect. International oil companies operating in the state should support government by donating towards the containment of the virus. My dear good people of River State, let me sincerely thank all of you for your patience and understanding all these days. The sacrifices we are all making have greatly helped us not to record any positive case since the index case was reported.
And still on COVID-19, members of the River State Executive Council have donated their April salaries to support the state government's fight against coronavirus. Secretary to the state government, Tammy Danagogo, disclosed in a statement issued by the Commissioner for Information and Communications, Paulinus Nsirim. The donation comes 24 hours after members of the River State House of Assembly made a similar donation to the state government for the fight against COVID-19. In the same vein, efforts are already being made to cushion the effect of the sit-at-home order of the River State government over the coronavirus pandemic in the state. To this end, the Rivers Local Enterprise Development Initiative, RIVLED, has flagged off the distribution of a stimulus package for indigents across the state. President and Chief Executive Officer of RIVLED, Lelonu Nwebubasa, who led other members of the group on the distribution of the package, said the beneficiaries who were carefully selected are extremely poor people in the society.
What is enhancing and helping us to do this is that we have a robust structure and system that can help us identify these people and distribute to them. We have a state structure and we also have project officers at the local government level, and at the ward levels, we have what we call the LEDICOM, Local Enterprise Development Implementation Committee. They are the ones that have done the work of identifying beneficiaries based on our criteria. And of course, in all the places we have been to, you can see that this is not political. The people that we are giving these things to are the people that actually need. Well, my advice to Rivers people is, one, nobody should lose hope. Nobody should lose faith. History has it that there's always been pandemic and people overcome. But in this time, this very disease comes through contact. If people stop moving, the virus stops moving. And that's why there is lockdown. People should obey government directives by staying at home.
On his part, President of the Port Harcourt Chamber of Commerce and Chairman of the Organized Private Sector in River State, Nabil Saleh, told newsmen that the aim of the gesture is to feed 23,000 families across all the local government areas in the state.
Their own charity foundation discussion. They are separating 1,000 food of package for every local government in River State. And today they start from Ward 8 in River State, Falga. And they need to reach 23 local government. The total, it will be 23,000 family. They need to feed 23,000 family in River State.
A correspondent reports that aged women widows, and people living with disabilities are some of the beneficiaries of the package that started in Port Harcourt. You're listening to the World News on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
Many thanks for still being with us. Now the rest of the news at 10. President Muhammadu Buhari has directed the Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, to pay March salaries following the restriction of movement in Lagos, Ogun, and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. President Buhari gave the directive during his meeting with the COVID-19 Impact Assessment Committee held to review the effects of the outbreak on the economy. He urged the ministry to ensure that critical infrastructures are protected as much as possible. The Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, while briefing State House correspondents on the outcome of the meeting in Abuja, said the president further directed that measures be put in place to protect the poor during this lockdown. The Minister of Health, Dr. Osage Ehanire, has said there is no cause for panic as more confirmed cases of COVID-19 will be discovered in the coming days. The minister made the observation during the daily media briefing of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 in Abuja. Ehanire said this follows the improvement of the national testing capacity with the establishment of 2 more testing centers in Nigeria, just as he assured that the federal government will continue to expand isolation centers and ICUs across the country.
As contact tracing and testing capacity are being ramped up, more and more cases will be found, and the number of new confirmed cases of COVID-19 is expected to rise initially. With the expanded national case definition and the addition of 2 laboratories to the NCDC network of molecular diagnostic laboratories, national testing capacity has increased. Moreover, the lockdown in high-burden states presents the advantage of reduced population mobility and leaves more people at home to be found during contact tracing. As I said, all this means that more people, more samples can be collected and can be tested more quickly, and the turnaround time is shorter, and it means that more cases will be discovered.
The minister also said talks are on with the Minister of Trade, Industry and Investment to look into the possibility of having ventilators and other protective gears produced by indigenous manufacturers.
In view of the prevailing global shortages of particular commodities like masks and protective gowns and even of ventilators, we are going to have conversations with the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment to look for indigenous producers, indigenous manufacturers to try and support the effort to find more facilities and commodities that we are going to be using for protection and personal protection equipment.
Meanwhile, the Lagos State government has announced the recovery of 11 more people from the coronavirus who have now been discharged from the Yaba Treatment Center. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu made the announcement in a series of tweets via his official Twitter handle. Governor Sanwo-Olu revealed that the persons, 2 females and 9 males, have fully recovered and have tested negative for COVID-19 weeks after they tested positive for the disease. While thanking frontline health workers and other experts for their service in the bid to curtail the spread of the disease, the Lagos State Governor decried the community infections that have begun to surface, stressing that it was not the time to relax, but keep vigilant. Also, after 8 days of isolation and treatment, the Chief Medical Director of the University College Hospital, Ibadan, Professor Jesse Otegbayo, has tested negative for COVID-19. Head of Public Relations Unit of the hospital, Toye Akinrin-Lola, who disclosed this, said the last test on Otegbayo's blood sample has come back negative. Otegbayo had tested positive to the virus 7 days ago. Meanwhile, the NCDC has said 20 persons have been discharged from isolation centers after recovering from coronavirus. The center, however, announced 10 new confirmed cases of COVID-19, increasing the number from 174 to 184. 7 new cases were discovered in Lagos, while the remaining 3 were confirmed in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, as at 8 p.m. today. The People's Democratic Party has rejected the reduction of the pump price from 125 to 123 naira 50 kobo. The PDP described the reduction of the fuel price by 1 naira 50 kobo as offensive and a further display of cruelty and insensitivity of the All Progressives Congress to the plight of Nigerians, particularly as the nation battles the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. National Publicity Secretary of the PDP, Kola Ologbodiyan, in a statement, insisted that the correct price of fuel is between 80 to 90 naira per litre, given the slump in the price of fuel and crude oil in the international market. The PDP said any price beyond that is completely unacceptable as it amounts to stealing from Nigerians. Christians and other religious leaders across the world have been urged to seek the face of God for his intervention in this period of a global pandemic. Prophet Ezwo Okenna, who gave the advice in reaction to the rising cases of COVID-19, said it now appears that science and human thinking have failed to provide a solution to the pandemic. The clergyman commended the measures taken by the government to contain the spread of the virus, but insisted that only God has the solution to the coronavirus pandemic, just as he advised the government to create a makeshift market after closing markets to avert starvation and hunger.
I commend the government on their efforts so far made to stop the spread of the virus. The end of a man is the beginning of God. Where man walks and gets tired, that is where God begins. Let all the leaders, religious leaders, politicians, and all come back to God. It's only God that has the final solution to this pandemic. Let's return back to God. Maybe it could be our sins. It could be us not serving God the way we should have served Him. It could be the end time. Let's go back to God. About the shutdown of the market and business centers where people aim their livings, it is to punish the people the more. We are suffering on pandemic coronavirus, and we are now returning to the worst pandemic, which is hunger. Government should seek for solution on how to spread food. They should give out arms. If they won't meet up in giving out arms, they should open borders. Let there be free movement and let people buy and sell.
And now on the foreign scene, Spain has cut almost 900 jobs since it imposed strict measures to fight the coronavirus, another sign of the economic impact of the outbreak in Europe's second worst hit country. March's figure is the highest monthly rise in unemployment ever recorded in the country, which already had one of the Eurozone's highest jobless rates. Spain banned all but essential outings and shut most businesses in mid-March. It has marked another grim milestone as the number of dead passed 10,000. And now to end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. Governor Nyesom Wike has relaxed the curfew he imposed on parts of Rivers State. The federal government has said it is considering local manufacturing of ventilators and other protective equipment as the cases of COVID-19 in Nigeria rise. The Lagos State government has announced 11 recoveries from coronavirus who have now been discharged from the Yaba Treatment Center. And on the foreign scene, Spain has cut hundreds of jobs amidst the nightmare caused by coronavirus. And that was the news as edited by Victor Eziama. For comments and inquiries, please call 081-5341-8657 or 081-4434-3502 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Coco Greg. Many thanks for listening. Do have yourselves a wonderful evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Have you heard that coronavirus has been confirmed in Nigeria?
My brother, don't panic. The Federal Ministry of Health and Nigeria Center for Disease Control have advised that everyone should do the following to stay safe.